Event organized by Kalika Multiple Campus, co-organized by OTS Academy, Oxford, UK, and supported by University Grant Commission, Nepal, Office of the Dean, Faculty of Management, TU, Pokhara Metropolitan Office, and KC Group. Now we are heading to the keynote speeches. The first keynote speech will be on creating innovation through co-creation, and which will be presented by Professor Dr. Nobuyuki Tokoro. I'll be having a short, brief introduction of Nobuyuki Tokoro, and then after that he will be proceeding towards the presentation. Nobuyuki Tokoro is a distinguished professor of business administration at the Faculty of Commerce, Nihon University, Japan. He earned his Bachelor of Economics in 1984, Master of Commerce in 1988, and Doctorate of Business Administration in 1997 from Chuo University. With a career spanning over 3 decades, he has held academic positions at Tamagawa University and Nihon University, where he became a full professor in 2009. His research focuses on environmental management, corporate social responsibility, smart city development, and innovation for a decarbonized society. A recipient of the Sustainable Management Forum of Japan Award 2005, he has authored several influential books, including The Smart City and The Co-Creation of Value 2015. He has contributed to numerous book chapters and academic journals exploring sustainable business strategies and co-creation models. Tokoro has also delivered keynote speeches at international conferences and secured multiple research grants for environmental and smart city studies. His active participation in global academic forums such as Times Higher Education World University Rankings highlights his influence in this field. Through his extensive research and publications, he continues to shape the discourse on sustainable management and innovation in business. He will be presenting for 20 minutes and 10 minutes for question and answer round as usual. So, over to you, Dr. Tokoro.
I'm much interested in how to create innovation through co-creation. So my major concern is innovation, not the tourism. I'm sorry. So today, I'd like to share my thoughts on the theme. Okay. So first of all, co-creation. What is co-creation? What is co-creation? The answer is very simple. Co-creation is a process of multiple people sharing their wisdom. By doing so, ideas that would never have occurred to one person can be born. This phenomenon is made possible by combining the knowledge that possesses persons. Yeah. So here, definition of co-creation: an act that aims to create value that cannot be produced alone through interaction with others. So innovative ideas, inventions, and discoveries are not born from the inspiration of a single individual, but are created through co-creation with others. For example, Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, the famous people, said, creativity is just connecting things. Creativity is just connecting things. Innovative ideas, products, and service are not created from nothing, from nothing. So no genius can create something new out of nothing. So, for example, Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton also. Yeah. In other words, innovative ideas, products, service are born through the connection of existing elements. Yeah. Idea A, B, C, and connected. And finally, innovative products or service, so on. So here, I'll introduce the three representative theories on co-creation. All is very famous theories. First one is service dominant logic in marketing field. Service dominant logic was proposed by Farman Rouge 2004. The content of this theory is service is not something that a company provides unilaterally to its customers. Rather, it is something that the company and its customers create together through co-creation. That is a service dominant logic. And the second one is the concept proposed by Prahalad and Ramaswamy. It's a famous scholar, 2004. They also insisted that the 21st century market functions not only as a place for transaction, but also as a venue for co-creation between companies and customers. It's a new idea. And third one is open innovation. Open innovation is a famous concept around the world, proposed by Henry Chesbrough. The contents in this theory that by sharing its intellectual resources and co-creating with other companies, a company creates value that cannot be generated alone. That's the open innovation, idea of open innovation. This concept brought about revolutionary change in the field of strategic field. And I believe there are two types of co-creation. Two types. One is a traditional model, and other is a new model. The traditional model, the characteristic, creating value through clear role division and specialized task. I've named this one mass game type co-creation. And new model is creating new value through ambiguous role division and flexible response to situation. I've named this one soccer type co-creation. There are two types. There are characteristics of traditional model. So traditional division of another model, and clarification of each person's role. Each person faithfully carries out the assigned tasks. And management type based on the principles of authority and responsibility. It's a traditional. And creation of pre-intended, pre-planned value. That's a traditional model of co-creation. This is a picture of a mass game. Yeah. And what impression do you have of mass game? Perhaps you imagine that each person's role is clearly defined with mass game, and there is a high level of coordination, and things proceed according to prior plan. Maybe that's the image of mass game. Yeah. This diagram shows that each player, each person, fulfills the role assigned to them, and resulting in the realization in the pre-intended or pre-planned value. Player B, player C fulfill the role assigned to them, and as a result, creation of pre-intended value. That's the traditional cooperation model. So, in this model, what is important in this model is that individuals are not expected to perform beyond the role predetermined for them. Yeah? If they were to do so, the overall coordination would be disrupted. Yeah? Mass game disrupted, destroyed. Yeah? Each person not expected to perform beyond the role predetermined to them. That's very important. Okay, next one. Next one is a new model. I've named the Saka type model. The characteristics are as follows. A new type of cooperation model and ambiguous role division and loose relationships among individuals, and flexible response according to the situation. In a highly autonomous work environment. And management type emphasis dialogue. Dialogue is very important, not authority and responsibility. Dialogue is very important. And creation of new unintended value. That's a new type of cooperation model. So this is an image of soccer. Soccer is, of course, one of the most popular sports in the world. I believe that soccer is an extremely creative sport. So, for example, in soccer, players can move around flexibly without being tied to their assigned positions. And attacking or defending are not based on pre-planned play, but left to the player's judgment according to the situation. That's an image of soccer, extremely creativity. So, new type model, soccer type, I've named soccer type. the point is ambiguous role division and loose relationships among each person, and flexible response according to the situation, and highly autonomous work environment. Sorry, I'm mistaken. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. This diagram shows that as each player acts while influencing the others, and an ambiguous division of roles. As a result, unexpected, unintended value is created. So I believe that innovation is most likely to be created in such organizations. Okay, Sakata cooperation and innovation. To summarize, what is currently needed is Sakata cooperation model. Yeah. This is because creating innovation is considered to influence a company's competitiveness. And it is seen that innovation is difficult to arise from the mass game type cooperation model. It's a traditional model. It's difficult to create innovation because innovation is not about realizing pre-planned value. That's not innovation, but about creating unintended value. Creating unintended value, that's an innovation. So, okay, let me explain why good relationships or ambiguous role distribution are important. This diagram shows the process by which good relationships create new knowledge. First, shared vague goals among individuals, and ambiguous division of roles. Yeah. And then stimulating the desire to explore is very important, and exploratory behavior at a deep level, and mutual understanding on a deep level. And finally, rich co-creation of knowledge. And this is a hypothesis now, currently. But I believe this process creates a new knowledge or innovation. Key point is loose relationships stimulate exploratory desire to get to know each other deeply. It's a key point, I think. So, okay, finally, let's introduce Honda's unique initiative called Y-Gaia. Honda is a Japanese automobile company. And Honda's Y-Gaia is very famous in Japan. Y-Gaia is a system for holding discussion among many people, regardless of their portions, job types, ages, or genders within the company. It has played a significant role in fostering Honda's innovation. Why Gaia? Why Gaia? What is why Gaia? Why Gaia in Japanese means to have an open and lively discussion. So, in Waigaya, there are some rules. Number one, decide on the theme for the discussion. And two, choose members to ensure no bias in position, job type, age, or gender. And three, select a relaxed environment, such as a hotel or like this atmosphere, not a meeting room in office. Relaxed environment is very important. And start with casual conversation, and then engage in discussion with free and open ideas. This is the why Gaia. This is a picture of Waigaya, Honda. And then, why Japanese companies become unable to generate innovation? That's a big issue in Japan now. Why? Currently, there is a lively debate in Japan about why Japanese companies have become unable to generate innovation. In my view, in the past, maybe 1960 or 1970, Japanese companies, of course, Honda, Toyota, Sony, and so on, Japanese companies respected the autonomy and independence of the field. So in other words, a Saka type cooperation model existed within companies. But in my view, there are few. So for Japanese companies to regain their vitality, it is necessary to intentionally build a Saka type cooperation model within their organization. This is my opinion. It's my opinion. So, conclusion. I summarize 3 points. Number one, innovative ideas are not born from nothing, but are created by connecting existing knowledge. In other words, innovation is created through cooperation. And two, it is difficult to create innovation from the traditional cooperation model. This is because innovation is a creation of unintended value. And three, in order to create innovation, it is necessary to intentionally build a new Saka type, new model cooperation within the organization. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
The wonderful presentation, and we invite few more questions.
Process is very important. Like, for example, we all know that Elon Musk invented Tesla. It's actually not true. There are two engineers, American engineers. He just bought it and developed. So it was not his invention. The same what you mentioned about Steve Jobs. It was actually engineered Stephen Wozniak. who actually worked and developed Apple. He was actually later fired, also like mass fired at the time. So sometimes we remember those who actually are in charge, but we forgot how many process was after this this creation of this idea. And also I just love it that I didn't know the name. Wagayama? You mean? Waigaya, sorry. This remembered me because I follow this to my students. There is how to create effective groups. It was wrote by McGregor in 1960s. And actually, the only country who follow how to create effective groups, and there's like 10-point scenario, is actually only Japan, totally. And that's why it's because the success of your country and success of the companies that develop. So this is just a small comment.
She doing her co-creation for the small business, and she uses spa and Thai massage for her study. Really great theory foundation. I will use this idea for my PhD student as well. Thank you so much.
In 2021 and 2023, he was a visiting scholar at Hainan University, Arizona State University, Joint International Tourism College, Haikyuu, China, and a visiting fellow at the Center for Tourism Research, Wakayama University, Japan. He received his MSc and PhD in Earth Science in the field of geography at the Pedagogical University of Krakow and PGCERT in Global Development at the University of Warsaw. Michael is an enthusiastic researcher, research field, system man, high mountain environment traveler who has visited more than 60 countries on 6 continents. He is a mountaineer, several new climbing routes, including first ascent on 2 Himalayan peaks in 2006, Masala Peak, and in 2012, Forked Peak. Ultra runner, he is, among others, finisher of a 100-mile trail race, diver, AOWD, sailor, offshore skipper, and a photographer. A few photo exhibitions also he has held, and science popularizer, a few hundred of pop science lectures. Michael's unique background allows him to integrate knowledge from the perspective of various points of view into his research and consultancy work. His areas of expertise are tourism management, consumer behaviors, well as environmental and socio-economical issues. In his main research field, he focuses on human presence in high mountain regions and their well-being. Currently, he is working on the concept of sustainable use of environmental and human resources, as this is a key to development, prosperity, and well-being of all stakeholders. Michael is a founder and chairperson of Polish chapter of Academics Stand Against Poverty. In 2014, he received the title of Man of the Year 2013. So, over to you, Michael.
And I would like to tell you today a little bit about the future of tourism, or rather, if there will be a future of tourism. So, but don't expect any answers. I think that I will leave you with more questions. I always follow, even with my students, with sentence of a very famous educator, Joseph Alberts, who always mentioned that good teacher actually should leave the audience with a question, but right question. So let me just try to give you the right question. So at the beginning, why I start to be interested in this topic about how environment change, climate change will impact us and our future, and also us as tourists. So, as it was already mentioned, I was a climber for 15 years before I started my academic career, and this is a picture from Himalayan Mia Valley, and you can see the difference between just 6 years. The glacier looks completely different. And this is not just one example, this is another thing. 1 year difference. You can see the Andes and the change we can observe from one year to another. The consequences are really, really serious. This is the biggest ski resort in Bolivian Andes, and he actually is closed now because the glacier who was outside, around this ski resort disappeared. And this glacier existed 18,000 years. So in 2019, it disappeared completely. The glacier disappeared completely. So let's ask the first question. If the concept of future tourism really makes sense, and why? So just a few pictures. So rising temperatures, reduction of polar ice cracks, deforestation, declination of animal spaces. We can be ignorant and thinking a lot, as Stephen Hawking said before he died. So another question arises. Can tourist people talk about the climate change? And the answer is simple. We don't even have to. We don't even yet. The answer is not even yes, but we even have to, because compared to the different academia people, we have a much bigger background, because tourism, as you know, connect so many disciplines that I always explain to my students, if you want to pass just tourism study, it's the simple study you can choose. But if you want to be good, it's the most difficult. Because what we even discussed with Professor Eugenia Wickens yesterday, if you want to be good in tourism, you need to know law, economy, environment, psychology, so many disciplines. You like the picture? This is the picture I took when I dived with Professor Ghazali Musa, so Rumi for us, our very good friend. This is Sipatan Island. It's nice, but who want to swim and dive in this kind of environment? In this garbage. As you know, we have a lot of garbage islands who are bigger than the state of Texas, and it's not only one. So, or who want to rest in the temperature over 50 degrees? And millions of people are living and have to exist in that kind of temperature as we speak now. So, what we actually know, I will just, we know much more. This is what I will present to you. It's just a drop in the ocean. But let's start with few clear evidence. So the temperature of our planet is changing and it's increasing so fast that I'm very pessimistic about our future. Also, the temperature is not changing same way in the same places. Mainly, the temperature is rising in the North Cap and South Cap. Which is very dangerous for us, but I will just back to that. So, according to academic research, if we burn all fossil fuels, and probably we will, the temperature of our planet, the average temperature, will increase by 8% by 2300, which is right now almost. We noticed that carbon dioxide is increasing. It's actually exceeded 220 parts per million, which haven't been noticed on this planet for over 3 million years. Actually, we have this level in the Pliocene, so in the time when we have dinosaurs here. And also, we don't want to back to that time. The glaciers are decreasing, and the volume of the glacier is decreasing so fast that Arctic ice is melting at the rate 6 times faster than it was melting 40 years ago. And we all are familiar about COVID. And I know that Nepal will very strongly influenced by COVID, especially Himalayan regions. But we have to realize, we have to know that we have pathogens and viruses hidden in the ice. A recent study published by Science proved that they found 8 pathogens and viruses. We don't even know that they existed. And with COVID, look with COVID how much problems we have, COVID-19. And this is just the SARS virus. We know this virus for 60 years. And this virus, this disease made so much problems to all of us. According to FAO organization, by 2050, more than 90% of our soil will be degraded. And let's not forget about the deforestation. I took this picture when I fly through the Pampa. In the past, this was part of Amazon jungle, Amazon rainforest. This is how it looks like now. And the fires, it's not by natural. This is the people who are just want to remove the plants to start agriculture. But the soil level is so weak that we can agriculture only for a few years, and then it's just a desert. Deforestation, what I mentioned. According to the study, 660,000 hectares are cutting every single year only in Brazilian forest. 660,000 hectares. It's the amount of 40 times Kathmandu size. So just 1 year disappear, next year disappear. This is the picture I took very close to one of the biggest river, Madre de Dio. And to me, it was very hard to believe what I actually see. This is one truck after another, one after another. We as tourists have to wait because they have priority, because of the, of course, money. So another thing is the poor management of poor waste management, and actually it's touched both countries. You know, our countries, like let's not even mention Poland, but eco-friendly countries like New Zealand, like Australia, like Canada, they are sending garbage to the poor countries and collect money. So this is really environmentally friendly, and we can call them very environmental friendly country? I don't think so. Another thing, by 2050, there will be more plastic by weight than fish in our ocean. And let me remind you that the bacteria of Proctobonus, which is responsible for from 13 to 48% of the global oxygen production, it's not the trees actually, but this bacteria is dying with the connection with microplastic. Since 1970, 60% of wild animals extinct completely, and 1 million more is probably extinct in very nearest future. And I think that still we don't realize, most of us, don't realize, not us, but I mean our students and most of the people, how connected this ecosystem is. And we cannot just remove wild animals, because with them we'll die very, very soon. And this is nothing new. In 1972, MIT researchers, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, researchers published the report. It's very commonly known as the limit of growth. And according to the research, in 1940, we will just move the place when there will be a collapse. Whatever we will do after this 2040 doesn't matter. And of course, we might think, this is 1972, it doesn't matter. In 2021, Harvard scholar J.R. Herman used the model and put recent data, and we are exactly on the line. So, latest EPCC report, and which was signed by the biggest names in climate methodology in academia. It says clearly, act now or it will be too late. What we are doing? Nothing. So another question arises. So why we ignore these clear facts? Because this is nothing, you all know that. I just remember to you, this is nothing new. And why we ignore them? So first of all, we are facing a serious threat of deliberate and organized effort to mislead public opinion, especially now what is happening mainly with United States. Millions of dollars a year have been received by non-governmental organizations who deny human-made climate change. And it's very difficult to fight us, and because our resources are lower and lower every single year. So just one example, by purpose I choose Poland, and because we are in a top according to OECD education report, according to the quality of education. And look at that. Almost 40% of Poles, so people from my country, believe that human evolved, that the human don't evolve from animal. 30% of Americans believe that humans live in the same time as dinosaurs. And so this is so simple and so clear facts. All of us should know that. But you see, almost 40% don't have basic knowledge about our presence on this planet. The other thing is we have this inclination to preservation the way things are. My father drove a truck with 7-liter engine, so I will drive a truck with 7-liter engine. And my son will do the same. We don't need them, but why? Another thing is some people believe that, their own convictions rather than hard facts. And this is a very famous effect developed by 2 American researchers, David Dunning and Justin Kruger, called it Dunning-Kruger effect. And we have to understand that conviction, as Nietzsche once said, are more dangerous enemy of truth than lie. Because with lie we can fight, with conviction it's very difficult. And furthermore, the world leaders lead us like Alice into the Wonderland, but from this dream will not wake up, simply. And it's impossible not to mention here Donald Trump administration. You remember his speech, drill baby drill, we'll drill baby drill. And yeah, let's drill. Who cares what will be here in 50 years? We all probably will be dead, so who cares? Let's have fun. So, just to concluding, well, few more remarks. How the biggest organizations, so World Tourism Organization respond for this kind of issues. Of course, when you enter the website, there is a beautiful sentence. I love it, but they mean nothing. And just few examples. That's why I'm very pessimistic about our future. So, just few examples. In 2017, 203. Just remember, 203 cruise ships emitted to our atmosphere 20 times more soil oxide along European shore than all 260 plus million cars registered in European Union. Just 203 ships, cruise ships. And the World Tourism Organization is showing the importance of cruise ships to the world economy. The other thing, in 2016 or 17, doesn't matter. I participated in a World Tourism Organization about the ethics in tourism, and the meeting was very nice. And you know what they serve for us for a dinner? Sushi in Poland. And the main information right after it was, we should share responsibility. Where is sharing responsibility in that? Another thing is poor waste management, poor water management. During yesterday panel discussion I just mentioned, and I just put this picture yesterday just to show you. This is the Yamunotri temple and the Yamuna River, one of the sacred river in Hinduism. So this is the toilet. It goes direct here. This is the garbage dumping. And here people are taking, baths.
Drinking water.
Closer example, picture from 2 days ago. You probably recognize Baimati River, sacred river for two religions, Hinduism and Buddhism, Kathmandu. Also, holy river. The other thing is wars. We know the situation. We know how deep in the problem we are, and we are fighting wars everywhere, wherever is possible. Again, to World Tourism Organization with two excellent scholars, for sure. Michael Hall and my very good friend, my brother, Ian Wickens, son of Professor Eugenia Wickens. We started the campaign just to exclude Russia from the board of World Tourism Organization. The petition was signed by one of the biggest names in the tourism academy. And World Tourism Organization was the last organization, one of the last, who excluded Russia. Very on time. Let's move for a second to space. Definitely you recognize two gentlemen over here. They have this kind of fight together. Who will first develop mass tourism in space? But we have to understand that this is billionaire race for profits, and we have to understand that according to also research, carbon dioxide spread in the stratosphere is 500 worse than here. So we will suffer, and few people will have fun. And I don't know how about you, but when I checked flight, it's not even to the orbit, just to the space, it's $250,000. And if you want to go away the orbit, it's $50 million. Can you afford it? And so this is a rich people game, which we are participating, and actually the same people are forcing us to be more eco-friendly. One more thing, waste of food. Waste of food. According to also United Nations FAO organization, according to the research, 1 billion tons a year we just throw away of food. A huge amount of those, it's happening in this, what we know, all-inclusive places. To be honest, in my opinion, it should be disappear, you know, this all-inclusive. This is first, this is very, very unfriendly for environment. The second, this is very unfriendly for us, because when we have free food, we just, oh, I will eat a little bit more. And let me just remind you that to produce 1 kilograms of beef, we need 200,000 liters of water for 1 kilograms. 200,000 liters of water. So next time, when you will see somewhere that someone is throwing a little bit, like a very small piece of meat, just think how much water we just waste. At the very end, I just want to show you one example. It was very terrifying to me. In 2019, I visited Borneo for the first time in my life with Professor Ghazali Musa. And we have a trip to Kinabaran River, which is, when you look from the air on the Borneo, it looks very green, but actually there's only palm trees. No life is over there. So only few spots survived. One of this spot is Kinabaran River. And we were there. We saw beautiful animals, but Gus posted on Facebook that 10 years ago he was there with 2 daughters and he saw hundreds of thousands proboscis monkeys. This time with me, it was just few, but at least we were lucky to see. I was there, and this is Gus' prediction, that probably in 10 years there will be no monkeys over there. I visited Borneo 4 years after our trip. Same period of time. I haven't seen anyone, even one monkey, proboscis monkey. The normal one there was somewhere, but normal monkey we can see in Kathmandu isn't. So this is a huge problem, you know, 4 years. So we need to ask right question, and we need to force our governments. I know it's true, but we have to try at least. They should make a decision to act on a planetary scale. Otherwise, I don't see the big future for us. And if there is no future for this planet, all what we are doing right now, all the models we develop, all the things we are trying to do, it's no sense at all. Because there will be no tourism very, very soon. Thank you very much.
3 areas. One, the topic that you have given me, but very briefly. Higher education and economic development, which I don't think I need much elaboration. And anyway, Professor Yudina has made it very easier for me, because you have extremely well elucidated the concepts, the foundations, yesterday itself. But 2 other things. One, though I am not the expert, we have experts here like Basudev Kafle, the curriculum framing to attain the goals and mission. And here I am not going to talk only of Nepal, but in general where we are missing it. And third, the broader issues that I think higher education has not been able to address and deliver and is yet to tackle. And as Professor Apollo has said, I'm going to leave there with questions only. And of course, the two previous, I'm going to integrate, particularly, of course, Prof. Apollo's explanations, but co-creation as well, very briefly. Now, higher education and economic development. I don't think anybody has to explain that. Everybody understands source. We know. The reason, of course, a large number of researches, studies have been conducted mainly by the World Bank, UNESCO, and UNICEF on education and development, particularly concentrating at a lower level, that is the school level education. And they have said growth is contributed, growth is related to, growth is influenced by the extent we can improve our school education system. But higher education and economic growth, higher education and development, very few studies have been done. But in recent times, we have had a number of explanations, a number of researches there. And at least quite a few studies so indicated that highest return you can get between three levels of education: higher education, middle level education, and lower level education. It is the higher level education. Now, I will translate that into 3 sentences to elucidate, then I'm going to stop the first part. The 3 examples. One, but okay, school education obviously is important to generate awareness. And if people become aware, and even after higher education, people may not be aware. That is what he was, Professor Polo was arguing for. Yes, I fully 100% agree with that. That is where I want to relate some of his explanations. But we say, who will produce these teachers? Higher education. Let me give you another example. Medical doctors. People even say them gods within inverted comma because they give the life. But who creates these inverted comma gods? Higher education again. Meaning, higher education is important. Now, 2 examples, more examples are one, probably from this group itself, we can have many of these illustrations or anywhere else in the world. I have talked with a large number of people, not only in Nepal, so many countries, because I have widely traveled. And people, for example, in Nepal, they say, I was a shepherd, I used to work in the fields for when I was children, something like that. Now you see, I am an international consultant or teaching in some of the best universities in the world or doing it. What? Higher education, I have learned that. Therefore, it is the individuals who are like that. And if you want the example from a nation state, no better example than Singapore. Because when Singapore became independent in 1965, long after I was born, it was termed as a 3 small fishing villages. Of course, I have the photographs also, like I could have shown. This was Singapore in 1960 or 59. Now, there are 2 interesting things. One I don't want to talk about, and that is why Malaysia decided, agreed to have it as an independent state, independent nation. That's a different story. I have some explanation to that. That is not my part of discussion today. The second part, after being the Prime Minister, what did he want to do? You did. He saw 3 small shipping villages, very poor, shanty houses, shanty towns. Resources? No, nothing. Of course, today, if people are arguing, they will argue me, look at the location. But if you see Indonesia and Malaysia, there are tens of thousands, probably better scenarios than them. But none became Singapore because of one thing. In the absence of any resources, what he said, okay, I have the people, we have to educate them. The result is, today, of course, if you include the principalities, it comes in number 5, but if you include the established nations only, Singapore's per capita income today is 70% more than that of the United States of America. Period. So I think I don't have to extend anything more. And one more example, if you want, is Scandinavia, where, of course, Europe, America, and all the developed countries, of course, more people do study now, not 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the participation in higher education was about 20%. Now it is 55%. That also college, not beyond the university education, we will say. But anyway, because the Scandinavians are relatively more exposed to higher education in terms of quality of life index, in terms of human development index, and in terms of even happiness index, they are always at the top. Means it is not the economic returns alone, but simultaneously, even if you want satisfaction, if you want human society development and more fulfilling experiences from the livelihoods, higher education is important. Okay, let me go to the second issue. But having been the second question I want to raise, like it is, how do we translate the requirements into practices? So mainly from Nepal. One example from Bhutan, from when not his institute, I have not been able to visit that, but of course Oxford University I have visited and shared some of the experiences, but it's a different university anyway. At least two examples, and three, South Asian University, where I'm still associated with. The illustration of these three more or less are similar. How do we formulate the courses? How do we try to develop the programs? Not much different. Of course, nowadays, University Grants Commission has been propagating for one thing, revising the courses, developing the courses based on labor market-driven programs. And it is also making support, meaning find out the requirements in the market, develop the courses to meet that. Actually, in course of the course formulations, program developments, we have been doing that since very long, since the very beginning. And fortunately, I have this association with the private sector or the consuming agencies, or including the government all the time. But the problem is, they will define in terms of, for example, let me take you, what in 1974 the private sector told me. Okay, we don't want expertise in anything, but three things. They must be able to communicate, they must be able to analyze, and number three, optional, but if possible, have preparedness, ability to solve the problems. Three things, which all three, and many more see included. Now, of course, that is the requirement. How, what courses, and how should we inculcate in the courses? We don't do that. How actually we do it? Let me tell you the practice. First, the global. Why the college courses were increased from 2 to 3 years? Because knowledge proliferated. And therefore they said, no, we will have to include it and make it more comparative. Exhaustive, comparative, and trendy, capturing the new trends in the development. But after 3 years, they said, no, if we want to increase the study period, then even 100 years will be inadequate. So they stopped at that. But in the Americas, they said, if you have expertise in certain areas and studied for 3 years, still inadequate. Because human sensibility, human ability will not be completely able to be developed with that. The broader foundation has to be left. And therefore they said, in the USA, particularly followed by Canada, they said 2-year general foundation, 2-year specialization in whatever area they want. Knowledge is every day increasing. So what do we do? So one, we have adopted 3 strategies. One, transfer it to the lower level, whether they can or not. One example is, they used to teach college physics at bachelor level. Now they teach it at school level. University physics at the graduate and postgraduate levels. Now they teach it class 11 and 12, whatever the degrees are. But the ability of the students at that age group to receive them, to what extent we have considered that the answers are still weak. I'm talking again the global. So, and in our case, what we do, let me give you, as I've said, my experience today is 52 years. I have been involved with the curriculum formulation the entire 52 years, from the first day itself, because they gave me a title and a few lines, so I have to develop full courses. So, what we did, what we do even then, for example, let me give you how we developed the PBA courses in 2002. We identified one, all the courses globally in the globally important and recognized universities. We know what the private sector wants. As I have said, I have personally linkages with them all the time. In formal positions as well, the requirements were there. Then what do we want to give? But still what we did not do is, this is the skill, how do we translate it? This question I am going to do in my third point as well. In what course, what kind of teaching learning materials, processes, contents, or abilities you integrate it, you weave it to enable to deliver that kind of a skill. Anyway, so we have international comparisons, our previous courses related to them, and private sector practices, then we decided. And then, see, additionally, what I personally did in that division, of course, we had 3 persons who, Drew Pochrel was always taking the name. He used to take 3 names, 4 names, 3 of them were there. Anyway, so, what we did is, no, this year is 2002. I have already forecasted that IT now is going to be the basis for everything. So let's include 20% IT. Everybody agreed. But in course of that development, what I have to do, because we also included C and C++, that is the languages. Now for them, what is the use of these languages? Not necessary. So from 8 courses in the division, we reduce it to 3 courses. Now what we are saying, the IT courses will have to be increased. So if you are before the time, and this is everywhere, this is true. Copernicus and Galileo both were poisoned to death for being right. And now we have only 3 courses on IT in our BBA, and there is every pressure that we have to increase it. Meaning, you can't be too forward-looking in your practice, you can't be too backward-looking, and in that confusion, our course development, curriculum development, teaching learning process development, pedagogy, results, examination, all have been embroiled. And how do the better university do it? I don't know, but at least one I have participated myself. In an area which I have not studied, but a lot of people know me as economist as well. I have done it. Because our own commerce education means a lot of economics as well. Though by degree I don't have that degree. So, in one British university which is currently ranked 123 in the world ranking, we're sitting together. I was the observant, of course. And then, how did we develop the courses there? There were 34 programs running. 29, we said, it is irrelevant, let us stop it. 9, the best 9, number 1 to 9 programs of the world in the offering the economics courses, we simply copied it. Within 2 hours, all courses were finished. So this is the illustration of 123 rank global university. And what we did, actually we did a little bit better, it is not much difference. But now my third issue is, this is what I want to leave you with the questions. And that is, should we be satisfied with the higher education? The way it is being taught, practiced, delivered in the today's context. If you ask me, definitely no. And I don't know of Eugenia because he is definitely senior to me in age, but I must take the first responsibility for that. Then of course, my colleagues like Ramesh Kumar, Basev Kafle should be taking the, and Professor Eugenia and others should be taking the responsibility. Because we have been involved throughout our life here. And my questions are only three. One, if our higher education would have been competent, capable, and desirable, then why the problems are increasing so much? Including every dimension, including climate change, and we saw some of it by Professor Apollo. That doesn't need any more clarification. He has so clearly stated it. Meaning, our education system has been inadequate. You can't say, now higher education is at the highest level, and then there cannot be beyond that. You can't transfer it to others. Means our existing system is incapable, inadequate, insufficient. And this is where we will have to prod into. One. Secondly, we are becoming more and more individualized, more insensible, more irresponsible. Again, a few examples. I don't have to think any new example. Food wastage, whether it is. I'm doing some study now in poverty. And my personal claim is I can address the issue of global absolute poverty. No, there are thousands of, even so many Nobel laureates have come. Last two Nobel Prizes were given on the works on poverty, but nobody has been able to say this claim is what I'm doing right now here in front of you. Because just if you manage the wastages for 25 years at least, there will be no poverty. It's basically a distribution issue. Of course, after 25 years, it is not going to be a distribution issue. It will be a generation issue as well. Towards the climate, of course, for me, if you ask, go back to Tom, just we have a question here, go to Elon Musk and tell him who is going to tell. It is Donald Trump who withdrew in his first term also from the climate pact agreement. Now also the first stage decision included that. And it is the second largest polluter in the world. China, more than 12,000 billion tons. 3.1 thousand billion tons by USA, 2.9 thousand billion tons by India, then Germany, then Japan, in that order. And if the second largest polluting country doesn't have to do anything, why we may be skeptical like that. But that will not be the answer. As I said, we will have to force every single person in the world to think rightly in all the dimensions. So, how to be a human? And another example he brought very well. 1972 MIT study that societal collapse is going to take place. And why? Again, the same insensitiveness and irresponsible behavior and the individualized behavior. Professor Tokoro was talking about co-creation. The Confucian philosophy, which taught that we have to all do together. It was the Japanese, not Chinese, who 100% adopted that, and the result even up to that is today. But taking it to different societies, extremely arduous. even futuristic for some. Yes, there is a very good learning. If one person would have the answer to the complex societies, entire even the education system or others could change. But problems are magnified, and a lot of, even we do have exercises. I can show you through exercise right here in this class as well. When we don't know the things, in those areas at least, if we work together, the answers will be better. So wherever the knowledge gaps are there, wherever the understanding gaps are there, whenever the realizations gaps are there, these are the areas that we have to come together for better answers, better solutions. So see, the world is becoming more individualistic, nowhere more than, for example, in Nepal, which for a few centuries ago only, maybe a few decades only, we harp on being together and close-knit society, all kinds of things, but not really in the minds and shapes and body today. And all the other complexities are increasing, means the gaps is going to go through. And it is our education which will have to answer that. And the third issue is sustainability. I don't want to talk tourism we are now. Yesterday we have had it. But do you think the earth is only for next 500 years, 1,000 years, 100 years, or for my life only? If I say for my life only, it may be 5 years or 10 years. Of course, nobody knows whether it is 1 second or 5 years. But anyway, maybe 10 or 20 years. And for young guys here, maybe 40 or 70, 60 or even 80 years. One of the fundamental problems that I see, and it is again global, we are not talking about Nepalese education or Nepal only. We do not consider the implications, this holistic thinking that we are talking about, this integrated thinking we are talking about is completely amiss. Everybody is thinking from their own directions only, creating more problems than solutions. Let me give you only one illustration, and that is the population issue nowadays. Three things, three trends. Population growth rate is declining globally, absolutely no doubt about it. Of course, during 150 years, it increased like anything. It was only 1850 when the first billion was reached. Today it is 8.3 billion. But anyway, now after 2000 you can say the growth rate has relaxed a little bit. And one group is therefore arguing, we have to increase the size of population. Otherwise, the world will be full of children or old people, retired people like me. And people to work will be the severe scarcity of these peoples. So more birth will have to be there. That is one argument. The second area that we are researching is how to lengthen the lives of the people as usual. And particularly through nanobionic robots and technology, what we are now trying to do is how human lives can be increased to average 150 years, 200 years, and even more. How? Okay, they will implant a lot of nanobionic robots. For example, in the heart, if there is ovulation, they will clean it, you will never have heart attack. Every organ, same thing can be done. So second, one, population has to increase. Second, let's increase the life, whether what will happen to the aging societies, whether and how we'll manage it, they are not concerned. And the third, we are saying every single addition of a human being, first of all, humans are the deadliest creature in the world, Yuval Harari, and I 100% agree to that. And illustration is large number of species, even the human species before them, Homo erectus, Neanderthals all disappeared. And he has already shown 40% of genetic resources, both flora and fauna, are at risk. So if one additional human being is there, what will be the impact on climate change, the carrying capacity of the planet Earth, and pollution, or in terms of emission effluents they will add. Everybody is therefore compartmental, the holistic thinking is not there. Now, again, we must take the responsibility, and how we can make higher education and direct it, gear it towards a more total concept, integrated concept, so that I may be arguing aging also, life improvements also, all other resources plus resource generation, resource exhaustion, all we take into account together. If you become individual, who cares about all of you? I am satisfied, I am successful, fine. How do we? Again, yes, on it. Convictions are the biggest enemies of the world, because then you can't change it. That way, let me go back to the religion also. What religion says? They know all the things. Then science came, who said, I don't know anything, therefore let us do the research, have the answer, have the evidences, only I will ask. For this gap between full knowing, conviction comes from that. Therefore, how can we make it dynamic? Can we ever make talk even dear talk to? I'm not going to say against. There are a lot of good things as well, lot of learnings as well, plus, and it is the humans who have added all these kinds of rituals and everything. Meaning, and question is, therefore, higher education must be pertinent. It must be related to the specific skills you identify. What kind of courses, what kind of exercises, what kind of assignment, what kind of pedagogy, what kind of evaluation system will deliver that skill, that knowledge. If you don't do that, then we will be producing mediocre kind of people who will be more a cause for destruction than survival, sustainability of this earth. So, my total argument therefore is, we have to rethink higher education. And I'm talking in the global perspective. Nepal, this is a small country where higher education is still underdeveloped. No, globally we have to think about it. One. And my final argument is, there must be knowledge which provides what is right and what is not wrong. Every student must have a skill. So dividing skill, this is TVT, technical and vocational training, separately, knowledge separately is not going to work. Every of your output must be able to answer, what can you do after doing this? And third, by being more responsible, more sensitive, more contextualized, more timely. So that is where probably we should all work towards, and that is how probably we can make the lives of the people, all other living beings, better. Thank you very much.
But higher education is superficial, inadequate, and incomplete. The reason is our course, syllabus, and pedagogy. The pedagogy should be innovative, course should be designed in an appropriate way. Tribhuvan University, the largest, having the longest history, also is not designing the course in an appropriate way, and the newly emerged universities also are following the same practice. We can see copy-paste. There is overlap in program also. And about innovative pedagogy, digital pedagogy, lots of interactions, discussions have been made, but still there lacks the practice in classroom. There is lack, there is gap. And what could be the...
Is that the question or you are sharing?
No, I'm reacting. What could be the right takeaway in this situation? what could be the right, I would like to request Professor to specify the right takeaway. This is my query. Thank you, sir.
Because he is the expertise in that subject matter. But anyway, what I would argue is, like I have said, a skill is required. For that, what kind of foundation is required? See it, analyze it. What we do is A, very coarse work at this. That is not going to do it. A, knowledge. B, skill. C, aptitude. Now, for A, what should be the pedagogy? Skill, for example, unless you make them do, whether it is science, only for science, labs are inadequate. For humanities, much more difficult, because people are not going to translate it once you say argue, yoga, or these kinds of things. It will require hundreds of times of coaching, showing, demonstrating. That doing part, don't teach, make them do. And attitude, if I say something, oh, this Mr. said, I'm never going to do it. Bring the demonstrations from what Professor Apollo has done. Show it. It is them to decipher, them to translate that into the real meanings. Because if you show, if you lecture, if you sermon, people may be anxious. Therefore, this is in totality, if you do it, we can develop a more agreeable, future-looking, and when I say future, right path. That is the most important thing that we have to give the importance to.
And on behalf of the mayor of the city, I'm going to recite this later, and I'm going to inform you about the upcoming panel discussion. Respected chairperson, chief guests, distinguished guests, scholars, and delegates, namaste. It is my great pleasure to extend warm greetings to all participants of the International Conference on Role of Higher Education and Sustainable Tourism, Innovation and Economic Development, organized by Kalika Multiple Campus, Pokhara. This conference serves as a crucial platform to explore how higher education can drive sustainable tourism, foster innovation, and contribute to economic growth. As the tourism capital of Nepal, Pokhara is honored to host this esteemed gathering, especially as we celebrate Visit Pokhara year 2025. Your presence enriches our city's academic and tourism landscape, and I sincerely hope you have a meaningful and memorable experience here. Regrettably, due to unavoidable commitments, I am unable to join you in person. However, I fully support the objectives of this conference and deeply appreciate the dedication of Kalika Multiple Campus and the organizing team in making this event a reality. Higher education plays a vital role in shaping the future of sustainable tourism by cultivating skilled professionals, fostering innovation, and promoting responsible tourism policies. I extend my best wishes for a successful and insightful conference. May your discussions and collaborations lead to impactful contributions in the field of sustainable tourism and economic development. Wishing you all a productive event and a delightful stay in Pokhara. Best regards, Dhanraj Acharya, Mayor, Pokhara Metropolitan City. With this note, right after the tea break, we will be having a panel discussion which will be moderated and led by Professor Dr. Basudev Kafle. And the panelists will be Professor Dr. Eugenia Wickens, Professor Dr. Leknath Bhattarai, and Associate Professor Dr. Anhaswari Aston. So at 11:25 NST, we will be here in the hall to witness the panel.
May I introduce the three esteemed panelists for this panel presentation today. We have already heard the two very eminent professors from Thailand and UK yesterday. But however, let me just call her name. Professor Eugenia Wickens, she is the chair of OTS, Oxford UK, and also editor-in-chief of the Journal of Tourism and Sustainability. The details I think you have heard yesterday. And so is Professor Anne Suwari Aston. She's a PhD, of course, Associate Dean for Administration at the National Institute of Development Administration, Thailand. And you have heard the details about her yesterday. Now, what you have not heard about the detail is our respected professor, Dr. Leknath Bhattrai. He's a distinguished professor of economics at Tribhuvan University from Prithviraj campus. And he did his PhD in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, India, with a specialization in poverty environment linkages. Right. With over 3 decades of academic experience, Professor Leknath Bhattrai has served as a professor since 2015, previously holding positions as associate professor and lecturer. Dr. Bhattrai is actively involved in research and policy advisory roles, including as a member of the QA Technical Committee at the University Grants Commission of Nepal, an expert of Gandhiki Province's development planning, and also a research coordinator of Prithviraj campus. His expertise spans development planning, environmental economics, and social research. A dedicated scholar, he has contributed to various institutional committees, research initiatives, and policy-making efforts. Fluent in Nepali and English, he is also skilled in data analysis tools such as SPSS and STAT. Thank you very much. Okay, once we have these 3 eminent professors before us, and the title of our panel discussion is higher education and economic development. We have just heard from Professor Pushkar Bhattacharya how important is the relation between higher education and economic development, and how in the context of Nepal, the higher education has been a little bit, delayed or somehow ill-conceived to speed up the development of economic process in Nepal. So we have these very timely issues before us. To make the life of our panelists very comfortable, and also given the time frame that we have, to reduce the stress of the constrained time, what I've decided that we'll be focusing on 3 key issues. The first is about the relational status of higher education with economic development. And the second one will be the issues and challenges regarding the little spread and the little speed of higher education to address the issues of economic development in the world in general and in Nepal in particular. And these are the 2 first issues that you will be deliberating. And the third one, which will be a kind of second round discussion, will concentrate on the strategic measures of addressing the issues that are related with the slow and little input that the governments of the world have made to speed up the development of economic prosperity both in Nepal and also the world. So with these 3 important issues, may I request then, of course we have heard from Professor Pushkar sir that investing in education is investing in the future. That is quite an important message that Pushkar sir has given to us. So with that in mind, so let me start with Professor right, Igina, so senior, and we're all professors. So I mean, in academia, we don't really are very worried about the status, right? Anyway, Professor Igina, so can you just say something about the relational status of higher education, with the economic prosperity of the country? Are they quite related? If they're related, why the government, in the worldwide sphere, putting little money, okay, in the development of higher education. Right.
Well,
Thank you.
there are two difficult questions really to answer here. You know. Sorry.
Uh,
Sorry about that. Two difficult questions to answer in 5 minutes time, is it? Yes. Economic growth. It all depends really what you mean by economic growth. Do we mean more jobs? Do we mean more money for the businesses? So what is the meaning really of economic growth? And how is it related to education, higher education? Do you really have to go to universities or colleges to contribute to the economic growth? In my mind, no, I don't think you really need to. Because there are a lot of jobs, you can learn them on doing your work. And a lot of examples really for people setting up their businesses without having any knowledge. But they just got an interest. You always have to have an interest, and it has to be sustainable in what you would like to achieve in life. So, tour operators or travel agents, do you have to have knowledge of how to operate a tour? I guess you would do. What about a travel agent? Again, you will still have to know your market. Who goes on what kind of trips? Is it the older people, or is it the young people? Or can you mix the two markets? How, if you decide to mix the two markets, how will they get on? Because they may have different interests. The young people may want discos and loud music, whereas the older generation may want a quiet life, trips, and that kind of thing. So there may be interests incompatible, yes, with one another, with one group to the other. But here it's about businesses. You have to know your business really on to set up a business. And of course, higher education will train your mind how to think, how to make inquiries about a difficult problem, and how to succeed. Success, of course, doesn't come natural. Sometimes it could be just luck. You are the right person at the right job, and you work hard, and you achieve what you would like to achieve. I was in Turkey for holidays, actually, last year, and I met someone who could not read or write, and he was a manager, yeah, a tour operator. I said, well, how do you, well, I've got people I can rely on. So education, yes, is needed, but it's not essential, yes? It's not really essential for your own success. You have to have ambition, yeah? You have to have an interest, and of course you have to be encouraged. Is that?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Professor Bhattarai, I think
thank you, sir.
Your PhD, dissertation is very much related to this poverty and economic prosperity. So would you just highlight, how this poverty eradication, can be addressed through, an investment in higher education,
Okay.
right? And given the perspective of Nepal.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Actually, first of all, I would like to discuss about the development, not just economic development. I believe that earlier literature shows development as an economic phenomenon. But now there is shift. There has been shift in the thinking in development. We can say that we have a recent shift in sustainable development as well as inclusive development, okay, or maybe participatory development. Such type of concept have been evolving. That is why actually there is difficulty or there is no consensus on what actually development mean. But I believe in the Danish Gaulet thinking that development is a process of achieving life sustenance, self-esteem, and freedom. It is also forwarded by Nobel laureate Amartya Sen that development as freedom. Actually, development means enlarging the choice that people have. And the higher education is a process that will help people not just increasing their capacity to earn, but also being self-respected or not being tool of others, as well as exercising the freedom. That is why we have a broad implication of higher education. And as Amartya Sen says, that just having higher income is not sufficient for poverty alleviation. They should be emancipated, not just in terms of physical means. And development should be seen in ends itself. So in that sense, higher education help in 3 different ways. And investing in education, according to economists, is a major factor. Earlier it was seen as an exogenous factor, because economists were have a view that development is a function of investment, or maybe some physical factors. But nowadays, development has been associated with institution. We say that in Nepal, we have resources, natural resources, we have capital also, we have technological access, but what is going wrong? Actually, in Nepal, I feel, my experience says that we have bad governance in every aspect. So, education, higher education should educate people and give training. This is one function. Another important function is, this is to be related to research and innovation. And third one is outreach, that is social service. We have not linked our educational process to the outreach process, or maybe social service. Earlier it was implemented as a national service for a master's level student to be completed as a requirement. But there is no link of educational institution with industry as well as society. So these 3 functions should be addressed by our educational system as well as the curricula. There is serious lacking. So I say that if people are educated, they can better earn, they can spend on a desirable way, and so their poverty can be alleviated. So education can help indirectly to alleviate poverty, and one of the measure of poverty alleviation is, I think, education, because it trains people to earn more or to live life better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Now, the term of Professor Aston. I think you're talking about this mental well-being gave the people yesterday, which is quite a nice presentation. Would you like to relate this mental well-being of the people, okay, with economic prosperity, which is also a contribution of investment in education? So how do you see the linkage between among these 3 important factors?
Thank you very much. It's very good question, and I think willing to share that as well. Maybe when we talk about education, sometimes I think we look ahead too much. We just keep forward. In my opinion, I think backward. The reason that a good example in NIDA, where I was where I working, we have only master student and PhD. We don't have undergrad. We are the first institute in Thailand was established by our late King Rama IX to have master degree in our institute. Have I said that what is about economic growth and education? We just keep moving forward. But at NIDA, when the COVID-19 economic stop, right? Everything, the whole world, frozen, freeze. But at NIDA, we have a number of the students come to our institute. Many universities have problem with the number. We used to have 20, we double those students who come to do their education. The reason was we are open for the weekend. Many students who are on the company, who have travel agent, who used to work as a pilot. Most of them are many industry person, very high experience. I have been 2 or 3 pilots, from Air Asia, from Thai Airways. They come to study during the COVID-19. The reason they come that they said, because when we are working, we have no time. We are busy. We want to continue our education, as we said. Education is no age. And they came and then they learn and then they open their world. So in my opinion, education is good, go along with the economic. However, we need to reset. We need to come back. Education 20 years ago and 10 years, 2 years, it's totally different. In my opinion, I think I'm between. I'm not that too old or I'm not that too young, I think. And then we have to combine that, and it's a gap. So many people who have their own business, they hire the young people, to come to work, but Y generation X and baby boomer is still valuable. So they have to combine, they come to learn, and then they reset again about the education. So in my point of view, I think education certainly make economic goal, but education not always economic. Education is a foundation and ethics and moral and the right. Because nowadays you will see the education system are changing, less moral, less ethics, but we try to keep that in an authentic way. In terms of mental well-being, it certainly helps. Every time when I teach my students, I get them to sit in there, they're so hectic, I'm busy, I have to drop my kid, my son or whatever. I ask them, sit there, have a deep breath, close your eyes, and then follow my instruction. They start, have a deep breath, and after that, I ask them, don't think of anything. Don't think of any assignment, that's what I just tell you. And you know what, that was help. Sometimes I get them to do yoga in the class, an easy one. And I think you need to go along with that, the knowledge of how you settle your mental well-being by yourself. And something easy, simple can do that. I hope this has answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have heard, Professor Puskar Bazar this morning, that he was talking about the inadequacy of higher education, right, to give economic development a thrust, right, especially with the reference to Nepal's higher education system. So how would you see, that this inadequacy, I think you have also made a hint yesterday in your presentation that this inadequacy is also there, in the higher education system. Has that really negated, the very speed of economic development, of the countries, worldwide? And because you're quite familiar with the situation of Nepal, at the same time, how implicative is his presentation in this reference, that the inadequacy, in higher education system have also negated, right, the speed of economic development?
So very hard question. But education, education, education is the slogan everybody's. Sorry.
Bring it there.
Yeah, sorry. Education, education, education is a slogan we all believe in. But does everybody believe in that? Or perhaps they believe in love, who you know, who you meet. But of course, it makes you think critically. And I would say it's the engine of the economy, education. Because you create this critical mind on how to ask questions and not to be scared. It makes you feel confident. You also acquire the right attitudes. So if you go for a job, for an interview, you have the right attitude. And of course, there's a little bit of luck everywhere. For anything you develop in your life, when we're talking about the economic development organization, there's always luck. It always depends on other issues, like who do you know? How you create this project in your mind, and how you sell it. And of course, it does shape your character. And that is very, very important. You've got to be a positive person in life to be able to succeed. And to question everything, not just to accept it. Oh, well, so-and-so professor told me that, so it must be true. But so you have to create a critical mind. And of course, education does shape your character. You know that. You can become too positive and too placid, or you can become too inquiry and too revolutionary. And you want to change things as they stand, because they don't work for you, so you make the assumptions that they don't work for others. But of course, education, we all know, is the most powerful weapon you can have. Whether you go for an interview, whether you start your own job, or how you relate to other people. And that knowledge, it can be applied, of course, for a nation, how to develop. You get a job, say, in the development department here in Nepal. And the first thing we will have to do, of course, apart from the introduction, is to present your own views. And your own views will very much depend on what you have learned. And your part of learning, of course, is influenced by your friends, not just by education, by other institutions, by political institutions. Yeah? So you may have a revolutionary idea about how to develop some project, and people listen to you and say, I'm not so sure that can be succeed. But you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in the project that you're presenting to your employer, to your national authorities, to be able to be successful. So that is very, very important. Is that?
Right, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Professor Bhattarai, I think Professor, she really talked about this attitudinal thing,
Yeah.
And what I've read again in 2010, about Harvard research, that attitude is all about attitude. And attitude should be followed by skills and then knowledge.
Yeah.
Previously, the order was something different. We should start with the knowledge, then the knowledge should be followed by skill, and then attitude was at the bottom,
Yeah.
right? So the order, okay, has been changed, as per the research of Harvard University.
Can I just ask about that? I don't
Sure.
agree with everything, but everything starts with a little idea. And interested in that idea,
Sure.
then you sell it.
Right.
Promote it.
Thank you. Thank you. So with this attitudinal thing, and also Professor Bhattarai was also really insisting on, this very process. And you have also brought out the issue of poverty, which is somehow related with the attitudinal thing of the people also. So how do you bring this issue, okay, into focus, okay, as per your experience and expertise?
Yeah, I also believe that education has three different objectives. Okay, and higher education obviously also has. One is to impart knowledge, another is skill, and next one is development of attitude, positive attitude towards society, humanity, as well as towards the earth as well. So the literature has also been evolved according to that, and meaning of development has also been changing in that sense. In 1990, human development approach came, but now we question about it, whether development of human beings only, or what is about other species. Okay, this is, I think, about the attitude or about the sense of looking things. Okay, this has been changed a lot in the literature, and I also think in that way. But in case of Nepal, our curricula, our course content in higher education institution are world class. No matter, there is no problem about that. One problem I am experiencing that we have not implemented well in a real sense, and we are not serving the people, especially the student, well. Our institutions are not doing the right job. Actually, there is problem in implementation. There is problem in governance, I would say, because university have good courses. These are only for, I think, for showing to the international community, not for actually realizing these courses in the minds of our student. That is why our young students are going abroad, looking for better job or earning. These are all related to our realization of our curricula, as well as because these are not linked with industry, these are not linked with societal problem, and these are not about to change the attitude of people. Okay, in Nepal we say we think that the learned people are not so social. Okay, they are more individualistic, as Professor Bajracharya said. Okay, this is a problem. Actually, I think that this is a political economic problem. Okay, we are tending towards capitalism. Okay, that promotes individualism. So-called freedom, I don't say that is freedom. If people don't have sufficient choice, where is the freedom? Actually, that cannot be realized. Okay, so thinking about the system, thinking about planet, or thinking about sustainable development, all things are related to the attitudinal change or affective change that we are thinking about. That is seriously lacking, I think, in our education system. We should change it. We should make it more practical, so that people can interact with, students can interact with people, industry, and generate the realistic knowledge, not just bookish knowledge or theoretical knowledge. There is problem in practice, I think. So we have to devise such pedagogies or such practice that will help us to retain even our young workforce to Nepal, I think. This is related to eradication of poverty in Nepal, I think, is due to, or we are achieving a certain level of achievement due to remittance. Okay, but that is not sustainable, I think. Okay, that should be based on our own resources and in our own soil. Okay, that is lacking. Our education system, that is why, should be changed accordingly as the change of the whole humanity. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Would you like to highlight some of those educational things that I had raised?
Yes,
Right.
I also like to, we live in a global world now. There are no borders, so we can move from A to B to C. So it's easily done and easily said that, oh, you can get a job, say, here in Nepal, or in England, or in America. You just get on the plane and go. Yes, it is on.
It's on.
Oh, sorry.
Keep it close.
Sorry. Yes. Yes. In UK at the moment, there is concern about the growth of population. You can say, what is got to do with tourism? It is actually, because it does affect the employment, direct employment. The indigenous population feel that they've studied well, hard, they went to Oxford University, or they went to other universities, they acquired the right knowledge, they did the training, and they're unable to get a job where they want to be, close to home. Because they have to compete with internationalization now, with people who live, say, somewhere else. So jobs are open not just to the UK, but also to people from everywhere. Now, is this a threat, or is this a good thing to do? Because you learn from other people. Interactions are very, very important, and we learn from each other, not just from the books. We learn, and it shapes your character. You no longer concerned about, who these people are. Yes, you see them as you are, part of you. They're just like you. So those concerns are no longer there. So it does shape your character, education. The right education shapes your character, who you are, how you treat other people, overcoming your fears, how you relate with people who are not like you. Yes, the baby coming from a lower class, because the class system still exists in the UK, although they say that it doesn't exist. So it does, education, the right education is paramount. It just not just shapes you, it shapes the whole society. It brings social change. And social change comes from the individuals. Yes, it's not you. Somebody dreams about it. Others aren't going to change society today. It changes from people. The change comes from us.
Thank you, Professor. Well, Professor Aston, I think Virginia, you have brought an important issue of internationalization, okay? Higher education is also often equated with the process of internationalization, okay? But where does, the national education system stand when you're trying, to really make it internationalized, okay? From the perspective, because in a country like Nepal, okay, right, where we're trying to relate our national education system with the internationalization of education also at the same time, with an intention that will really, okay, expedite the process of economic development, okay. So based on your experience of Thailand, of course, you're also a global trotter, so please bring your experience, okay, into this process of how internationalization of education, especially higher education, okay, will really help, to expedite the process of development in a broader sense. Not only economic development, okay, as Professor Patrai also highlighted again, right? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think very good question. I do agree with the statement that talking about education is an attitude, and agree investment. In my opinion, I always teach my students all around, education is personality. It doesn't mean that everyone have to have master degree, everyone have to have PhD. If you have no personality, I think that's not education. I give you an example. Many of my students, general manager or whoever, they come to study on the weekend. They have business, they come to complain that nowadays the people change. Maybe the audience can share. They ask them to do something, and they said, "Oh, it was in my contract. I'm not going to do that." And that, in my day, when I was younger, a lot younger, I said everything the boss asks me, and I will comply and I will do extra, or I will offer my help. So I think many of my students mentioned about this issue. They said that I don't know what to do. I need them to help sometimes, a little bit extra. But I do understand that now the world ethics less, and sometimes they've been taken advantage, and then they are overprotect or something. I'm not sure, but less education means that you're gonna have to have better personality. The people who have no degree, the people who don't go to university, sometimes they work better. In my opinion, education is about experience. What does it mean by experience? Education is experience means you learn something, you make a mistake, and then you keep doing again, and that's not education. If you do something, you make a mistake, and then you learn from the mistake, and then you develop for the better, and that education, what I mean. So internationally, I think everywhere we go I told my students, you are in the hotel industry, you are in the tourism industry, you are one of the best career in the world. But the attitude and about the experience and about personality, the people go ahead with the humble, with their respect. The most important thing is, I think the people need to learn from one another. Senior is one of the best learner. Of course, you need to have the degree. You need to have something open your door there. But apart from that, I think that you learn along the way. You have more respect and be authentic as well. In my view. Yeah, thank you.
Again, playing this role, okay, right? And you have also talked about poverty, eradication of poverty, through maybe internationalization of higher education. I think we're also gradually moving toward that direction. So what do you think, about this relation, between this internationalization of higher education with reduction of poverty, in the context of Nepal? Globally, we have two wars, okay? The first war is creation of free market, and the second war is creation of fair market, okay? Right. So how do you also at the same time strike a balance, between these two schools of thought, free market and the fair market, okay? Right. For a country like Nepal, I would definitely go for the creation of fair market, not free market, okay? But this is not the situation otherwise, okay? Right.
Thank you, sir. I believe that globalization has a positive impact in many ways, but there is discontent of globalization. As the Nobel laureate Stiglitz says, actually there is a relative, we should think who are benefiting from what policy. Greater openness has benefited most to the developed world, but not as expected as in the underdeveloped world. We can see some of the experiences of Korea, China, Taiwan, Indonesia, like that. Okay, and World Bank have highlighted that as a miracle. Export-oriented growth, such type of thing came into existence. And from that belief, this kind of worldwide globalization or openness have a good thing. This kind of narration have here. But if you look at the later literature, even from World Bank, okay, I have to teach to my student as well. Okay, there is new institutional economics. proposed by one Chinese professor, World Bank Vice President, okay, Justin Lin, and that support openness, that support government role, but that should be more humanistic in nature. That should solve the problem of underdeveloped country, not exploit it. Okay. Actually, globalization has offered many avenues for exchange of labor, capital, technology, but not we are not getting much benefit from that because of the political economic constraint. Okay, America is not offering all type of labor immigration to their country. They are just favoring the high quality manpower. If we are draining them to develop countries, then how to sustain our economy? Okay, there is a serious lack of labor resources in rural area. Now, we are feeling that kind of thing. We have no technical manpower. What we teach, we invest for them, especially in agriculture, in medicine, as well as in engineering. Okay, there is unit cost more than 1 lakh Nepalese rupees per student. Okay, but they are not contributing to the development of the country. So we should think in a different way. Okay, because economic growth depends on, according to Justin Lin, depends on the factory endowment. Yes, we have natural resources. We can borrow capital from other countries, but we cannot borrow labor from other countries. Okay, this is a serious problem, and that is making serious problem in Nepal. Even the governmental projects are not finishing at the right time because of lack of human resources. Okay, this is a serious problem. So globalization of manpower may be benefiting the person, or that is helping to reduce poverty at the personal level, but not national level. Okay, I think so, but not societal level. Because we have to preserve, conserve our culture, our value system, as to develop our original type of development as well. Okay, this cannot be like monolithic. Okay, just okay, one model cannot fit all. Okay, so I have a different thinking about this kind of okay, globalization, and I think that this kind of globalization is not fair. It may be promoting a freer world, but not fairer world. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Would you like to add to
A bit
this?
about globalization.
Yeah.
Thank you. It all depends who you are really, and what education you have received, all the interactions you had with in the past. Those who shape your way of thinking, it shapes your character. So you face globalization in different ways. Now, from the, say, let's take the point from the locals. They may see globalization as a threat. From somebody who has come from abroad to get a job in the tourism industry, say in a country like Nepal, globalization is an opportunity for him. But those tensions and those prejudices and those discrimination, I think, evaporate as soon as the two different cultures meet each other. And this is very, very important, really. And tourism, you can't stop tourism, can we? It's just an engine now that is unstoppable. People want to travel. And of course it is good for us, it shapes our character. I remember a student of mine who was very worried about going on a study visit, how she's going to get on with the locals. And that was her main sort of concern. Because she had stories from her parents, from her social environment where she lived, that you have to be very careful because these people are not good criminals. But it changes her mind. As soon as you come across with the unknown culture, people who live different way to us, and it clears your mind. You say, oh, well, they're just like me. There's no longer threat. And that's what this tourism does, really. It brings people together. It promotes peace and cultural understanding. We mustn't forget that at all.
That's great. I'm globalization. Okay.
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
Well, we'll just
education.
globalization, education, the world of free trade, and the free trade. Right? Because we really wanted to bring the issue of internationalization of education, especially higher education, which is the focus on inside. We have three perspectives: your perspective of well-being, and your perspective of sustainability, and Professor Bhattacharya's perspective of poverty eradication, or poverty reduction. We have different frames of mind. So from these three different frames of mind, maybe we can address what's going on around, in the world in general, and also in the respective countries in particular.
Yeah, maybe I can share some of the experience. I was living in Australia 15 years, from doing master and doing PhD, and then teaching in University of Queensland as assistant and become tutor. And after that, I went to New Zealand, another 2.5 years, teaching the student there. And then I've been around and interact with many international students. One basic thing is, I think, the culture that shaped the education. In Australia, for example, in University of Queensland, you think that you go study there, you want to learn your English, you want to learn your culture, and then when you walk into the classroom, you hear all the speaking, either India or Chinese. And that is amazing. The people go explore the world. Am I in the University of Queensland, or am I in Tiananmen University, or I'm in Delhi University? So yeah, the education all around the world, they are extended in terms of the culture and background. And then when I went to New Zealand, I teach in very down south of New Zealand, bottom, in Invercargill. And every street, every road I go there is about 99% is an Indian student. And that's how I love Indian, because they cook me the food every lunch, Oh, professor, you have to try. I refuse, and then when they cook all the time, I have to eat, I don't want to be impolite, but after that I ask them, are you cook for me today? So what I'm talking about is maybe the education and internationally on the culture are now diversity. In Australia, we have many international, more than the Aussie student. They don't want to do further degree. When they finish, they go the other way. And in New Zealand, we have the Indian student. They're very smart. They're very, very good background. They're very high profile. They just want to go there. Obviously, they want to get the permanent resident, but they go for further education. In Thailand, we also have many, many students who are very well educated. I teach one of the university, the parents send them to go to study in India or in England or in different countries for practice their English. And then when they came back, they do their bachelor degree just because to get the connection. In my view about global, I think education, there is no boundary of the culture, but because we are all mixing around. But the most important thing is the purpose, like Professor Eugenia said, that what is your purpose of your education and how you adjust yourself into that education system. I've been to overseas from my Thai language, and my professor said to me, and your English expression is terrible. And he keeps saying to me, I was very sad and I was crying. And even that, I submit my thesis, and he still keeps saying that, oh, you're very good. And I was working in a hotel, I was the director HR. I'm in Thailand. I'm at the top, I think. When I go to Thailand, I feel like I'm stuck again. I have to start my English, and I have to beat with the challenge with my professor. And he always keeps saying that for the last 3 years when I was with him. After that, I come home. How can I improve my English expression, professor? Do you have any book? I will go to read. Oh, there is no book, and it just doesn't sound right. You just send it to me, and I will tell you that what the expression English like. I was crying until the end. I read and read. You know, that's how I adapt myself. That you need to work hard. You need to study. You need to get into the same level. You are in your country. You maybe speak English good, or you're the top. 30 years ago, I can speak English. I can get a job anywhere. Now, when I can speak English, the people can speak English. You just make yourself survive. Then when you change the country, you adapt yourself. You know, from English expression is terrible. I cry every day for the last 3 years. And after that, I proved to my professor that I went to Kotti. Not to tell you how good I am. I just want to share that I got the best PhD paper award. And I just, what? My professor said to me that my English expression is terrible, but I got the best paper award in Kotti at Tasmania. And then the first person I called, Professor, our paper win the best paper award. Huh? Oh, okay, congratulations. Not only one award, 2 awards. The second one, oh, we win the best team in the marketing. Oh, I wish I could be there. And that is my learning, education. I try to learn from Thai into English and try to practice myself. I find my own way. I adjust myself into the education system. And that I think the education there is no boundary. Only about mixing up all culture now become very common. You know, when you see people in Australia over there, 30 years ago I was there, and it's very rare you see the Asian work in the office. But now you can see more Asian people work in the office, and that's how the education change system. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something about education in different countries. I remember my teaching experience in South Africa. I never came across so many students who wanted to learn all about what tourism means, because they were all very ambitious. They wanted to set up their own businesses. And the first day upon arrival, I walked into the room, and it was as big as this. It was full of students with all lovely faces, smile and make you warm, feeling warm about you. And they were asking questions. They were not just simple to accept what your answers you're going to give them, but why is this so? So that is quite important, inquiring mind. And these people were very, very interested in setting up their businesses. And they were asking me, how can I set a business? You know, tour operator, or a restaurant, or in a cafe. And they would come to me like I knew everything about it, and they'd see you like you're the god of knowledge. And of course you're not. And that was a wonderful experience. Now if I can compare that with the experience in university, I'm not going to name it, in England, it's completely different. Students would arrive in the class late in the morning because the night before they went out, you know, entertaining, drinking, and socializing, and they would fall asleep. And my first thing was at 9 o'clock, there was nobody in the class really, because 9 o'clock they were still asleep. And those who were there, they were not awake. So I had to go to my head of department and ask them, look, is it possible to move the time of the starting the class, because the students, A, don't arrive there, and B, when they're there, they're not present. So they're not learning anything about sustainable tourism. They're not learning anything about business of tourism. And the head of the department said, yes, we probably have to change the time. So it was the student that changed the way we were teaching. Yeah? Whereas in South Africa it was the opposite. It just shows you the different nationalities they went. So not everybody belongs to the same side.
Thank you. Before we face our valued, right, audience, of course, they have some concerns, Professor Bhattarai, the last thing in that, this is the last leg, of our panel, discussion. It's about, we have brought different issues here, right? And what do you think, about the role of we have a federal system, the federal structure, has divided the power, among the three levels of government. And which level of government, is more responsible, for making higher education more productive and responsive to economic development?
There is overlap in constitutional provision. In Nepal, federal government has a right to run or look after the higher education, university, colleges, as well as the provincial government. Okay, but I am observing that without any research or invention, or without evidences, the provincial government are launching universities. Gandaki University itself has a university. Gandaki province has around a university, and that is running the same course as our PN campus is running, or Pokhara University is running. What is the value of that? So after this new constitution or this federal setup, there is confusion in education system actually. That should be sorted out. The school level education should be at the local level. That should be managed by local level. But there are also issues related to course standard and certification like that. Policy, educational policy like that. But management should be at the lower level or local level. That is good thing. But there is confusion still persisting in Nepal about higher education. Because there is problem of I think recruitment of professors. There is different university have their own service commission. There is no certain level of national eligibility or licensing as such. There is so what kind of input are coming in the university will certainly affect the quality of education. But who are looking for that? Actually, I think that University Grant Commission should have a role of that kind of thing. There should be some umbrella act or organization that look after the educational institution and their activities. But there is a complete gap in monitoring as such. So I think there is no much positive outcome or positive experiences in our this setup, as compared to earlier setup. So no, actually I think no new hope is emerging. Actually, students are looking for learning while earning. That opportunity is available by foreign universities. But in Nepal, people are maybe personal level they are working somewhere, but there is no institutional setup or like that. So such kind of new things should emerge in the universities. Just research is not the priority. That is also a problem. Evidence-less policies cannot be implemented, I think. So that is the problem, in my view.
Thank you, sir, for a very nice presentation. I think just to sum up, what Professor Puskar was said, I think we have to have a three-pronged approach, to address the issue. I mean, establishing a very intact relation between our education system and the economic development. So with these words, may I invite, I think we can only take 5, important queries, and sure. We have about 25 minutes left, so within that time frame, please, don't be very long in your questions, just, be very brief, but of course, very meaningful, right? Before that, may I ask again, Professor Aston, okay? Right.
I just want to add a couple things. First of all, actually, I thank to my supervisor. Okay, maybe you think, who is her supervisor? He is a very good person. He's the one who shaped me. I thanked him, and he told me the reason that why he's saying that, because it's made me to have go to the right way. Actually, he very my best mentor. His name Professor Scott. I think you maybe know him. But the second thing I'd like to add is the issue that we maybe haven't mentioned is about education, doing work, writing thesis, and using chat GPT. And that is a big issue. And nowadays, everyone talk about that, and then they send me something, and I see that it's not them. So the chat GPT in education is a pro and con, and that is a big issue. So that I just like to address. Yeah, thanks.
Is and will be. What is and will be our dream in relevant curricula in higher education in the context of globalization. What is the gap? Thank you.
Future, because we are producing just people who will be working, who should be useful, who will be capable even 3 or 4 decades later. Therefore, take into that perspective as well into that. How are you going to capsulate all the past knowledge plus at least next 4 or 5 decades? And even some of the futuristic perspective, otherwise we will be living only for our one life. Secondly, whether you call this discrimination, I don't like soft skills, hard skills, then skills versus knowledge. We must be able to do something. Whatever education you have must be the part of society, must be the part of the nation development, even decentralization, globalization, part of the global society as well, plus making a living for themselves and for the future of the nation state. So, the skill for all that, whatever that is, ensure the attitude, of course, which is dynamic. One thing we say correct, tomorrow it may prove false. And one thing we say false may prove tomorrow right. But therefore, the better thing is, rather, for example, we were talking about free and fair market. Again, I don't want that distinction. It's that market has to be fair. Market has to be there, but it has to be fair. And what are the mechanisms we can make it fair? That is where we have to consult that, rather than the very justification of free market versus controlled market or something else. Even in the development approach, therefore, what I have been arguing, this neoclassical school versus equitable, equalistic schools, again, these are, how do we really balance our livelihoods, our development? You are asking that. Anthropology issue, the creative destruction issue, development issue, human well-being issue, poverty reduction, or whatever jobs were. This is where we have to see it, what is more important, what the people feel as well, what they want, what they do not want. Or if you want to make change, how you really can change it. So if we take into account those kinds of things, and in totality, I therefore said holistic kind of thing, and if we do that, still we can not only arrest the degradation, rather build a step towards betterment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
This day today. And 4 lines for her. For all your wisdom, kind and true, You have lighted the path for visions new. In Nepal's land, your lessons stay.
Slow growth for over 30 years since the early 1990s. The tourism industry is positioned as a single pillar of Japan's growth strategy. Moreover, the student population has continuously decreased, along with the fall in national population, which poses a challenge for many universities in recruiting students. Under Japan's circumstances, tourism is expected to be a powerful card for universities to attract students. Thus, both national government and universities are betting on tourism for survival. However, do jobs in tourism industry increase the possibility for students to survive? This study considered the possible answers to this question. Method. This study is so-called literature review. Overview of the government policies, reviewed statistics and preceding studies on tourism education in universities. Employment in tourism industries accounts for nearly 10% of the entire payrolls of all industries. However, the rate of employees directly serving for tourism-related consumption is 2.3%. The accommodation industry was particularly severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The employment in year from 2019 to 2020 and further 12% in the following year. According to the extraordinary Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare surveys on dismissal and employment termination caused by COVID-19, the accommodation industry has the highest number of workers likely to be dismissed or terminated. Japan has a distinct employment practice of simultaneous hiring of new graduates. For Japanese university students, gaining employment from April immediately after their graduation in March is common. However, restaurants and hotels cut down new recruits or even stopped recruiting during the COVID-19 pandemic. Employment in accommodation industry recovered from late 2022, and restaurant and hotels were ranked as the top 2 industries suffering from labor shortage in October 2022. The fluctuation of employment in the accommodation industry reflects the pandemic's direct impact. Employment conditions in tourism industries, such as wages and working hours, are lower than the average of all industries. The proportion of non-regular employment in tourism industries is higher than the average of all industries. In consideration of this trend, the high turnover rate in the hotel and food service industry is not surprising. Overall, tourism industries and accommodation industry in particular are a difficult sector for workers to survive. Will studying tourism give youth a way to survive? The 18-year-old population, which is the primary source of new entrants to universities, has continuously decreased for over 30 years. The number of higher education institutions, including universities and junior colleges, has remained virtually unchanged. 1992, the recent peak of the 18-year-old population, 2 million, and last year, 2024, the 18-year-old population, 1 million. But the number of schools and universities and junior college not different. 1,115 in 1992 and 1,110 in 2024. Three out of 4 universities in Japan are private schools, and most private universities are under-enrolled. Universities and junior colleges struggle in student recruitment and place their hope on tourism. Will studying tourism give youth a way to survive? Most tourism-related programs are established as a tool for low-ranked universities to attract students with present courses. Only a small number of students from tourism-related programs find a job in tourism industries, and businesses seeking graduate from such programs. Overall, stating that studying in tourism-related departments established for the university's survival will give students a way to survive through professional life is not reasonable. Tourism Human Resource Development Guideline for the post-COVID-19 era was established by the Japan Tourism Agency in March 2023. The guideline defines 3 layers of tourism human resources for sustainable tourism industries. Top-level managerial human resources to lead tourism industries. Core human resources of local tourism industries and industry-ready field workforce. Essential knowledge and skills for tourism human resources are, for example, tourism business strategies, modern tourism trends, organizational management, accounting and finance, tourism marketing and innovation and digital transformation in tourism industries. Moreover, educational institutions are required to apply recommendations provided in these guidelines and implement and develop initiatives for tourism human resources development on a continuous basis. However, expecting such preparedness from students is excessive or even unreasonable, and surviving in tourism industries as a professional is challenging. The reasons are as follows. First, their effort would not be rewarded if job opportunities for new graduates in tourism industries were substantially limited owing to any pandemic in the year of their job search. Second, most Japanese university students prefer to develop based on past experiences, for example, academic achievement, and aspire to cultivate their generic skills on a long-term basis. Third, even if they can get a job in tourism industries, the turnover rate is high owing to unfavorable employment conditions. Thus, establishing a second employment environment and conditions that deserve student effort to acquire the essential knowledge and skills to sustain tourism industries is thus imperative. Tourism education serves as a main attraction for low-ranked universities' recruitment of students. Unfortunately, my college is low-ranked. Students are not a tool for university survival. Unwanted universities are inevitably weeded out. Students entering universities, while not motivated to study, impose unnecessary costs on household as well as society. What are the effects of education? Until this year, I was in charge of career education course titled Career Design, in which students studied in the importance of using their own aptitude. In course of career design and human resource management, I also discussed how advisory dismissal, employment termination, unemployment, and non-regular employment affected workers and their families and make employer-employee relationship severe, as most students are not aware of such realities. Even if such discourages student willingness to work for the tourism industry, it is an effect of education. I came across areas studies that have proposed a harsh view of students entering low-ranked universities for classes that appear to the present. However, while some of such students are apt to accept amusing classes only, many others enter universities without knowing the pleasure of studying or even how to study. A considerable number of such students have a sense of inferiority of academic abilities. For those students, learning the pleasure of studying and how to study is more beneficial than learning tourism, because people need to continue learning to survive, regardless of whether they enter the tourism industry. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
I think sorry
Sir, I'll close. Sir, close.
The rapid growth of technology and the economy in China has given rise to a new generation of entrepreneurs who combine traditional Confucian values with cutting-edge digital expertise. Our research sought to uncover the essence of digital Rushan and its implications for business management in the digital age. To achieve this, we employ the robust two-axis framework of leadership theory alongside the traditional Chinese concept of 外儒内法, which means Confucian on the outside, legalist on the inside. Is there anyone know about Ru, the Confucian in Chinese country? Please raise your hand. Okay, no, thank you. Don't worry, I will explain in the next slide. I will elucidate Ru through three key dimensions. Through an interpretation of Ru, we can specially define the meaning of the Rushan. First, the concept of Ru in a broad sense. In this context, Ru encompasses Confucianist thought, the Confucianist faithful, dedication to scholarship with a spirit of humility. As we can see in the picture, is Confucian Mansion and Confucian. This photo shows a meal served at the Confucian's Mansion dining hall. The food was creatively arranged in the shape of passage from the annals. This photograph captures Professor Takakubo on the right during his visit to Beijing, standing alongside Madame Comte Mao, a direct descendant of Confucius in the 77th generation. So, in a broad sense, the concept of Rushan refers to studious entrepreneurs. Shan denotes commerce or Mauritian, in other words, business people and entrepreneurs. But Rushan is not necessarily limited to a person of Chinese descent. Regardless of whether the person follows Confucianist thought, it often refers to an entrepreneur who constructed a business model by incorporating knowledge broadly from all times and places. This is presently the mainstream interpretation in global Rushan research. As shown in the slide, changes in the Ru concept have 4 steps. Then, how did the concept of Rushan begin to develop in academia from the early 21st century onward? Ru came to refer to the nature of wanting to learn superior knowledge from all times and places. The Ru in the term Rushan has further evolved, and only the learning element of Confucianist thought remains prominent. In this context, Rushan refers to a business person who wants to learn superior knowledge from all times and places. Nevertheless, there remains the possibility that this term is not limited to this meaning. Once Ru is positioned opposite Fa, it is possible to describe the traditional Chinese ways of thinking as a more limited mode of thought. Professor Takakubo has proposed that this makes it an explanation of business management presented using the Rufa model that adopts the 外儒内法 style, which means Confucian on the outside, legalist on the inside. Next, I will introduce model companies and traditional China. There are 2 aspects of model Chinese companies. The one is the formulation and the implementation of results-focused rules promoting sure rewards and punishments. And the other one is how company leaders should demonstrate natural virtue to their employees. The necessity to balance these two aspects in corporate management resembles the past fusion of Confucian thought and legist thought. Professor Takakubo has proposed that the sense of balance in modern business management can be described as a RUFA management model. And Professor Takakubo provided a detailed explication of the RUFA management model. 外儒内法 is a macro-level subject related to governing systems. However, the RUFA model of business management is a micro-level subject in corporate organizations. Regarding whether or not there are similar forms in the macro-level and micro-level governing structures is a matter that requires study. However, it is impossible to deny the possibility that the macro-level system has an influence on the micro-level nodes. The next two slides cover historical context of legalism. With your permission, I will speak ahead to maintain our timeline. This integrative idea of governance, which was the creation by Dong Zhongshu, worked like sugar-coated pills for bitter medicine and eased the service situation at the time. Practical experience in listening equally to the opinions of employees and working to understand people's sense of values is the rule aspect, which has the dignity, abilities, and bearing of a respected leader. Practical experience in identifying the responsibilities of each individual in the organizations and identifying the standards for results-based best reward is understood to be the FA aspect, which drives the construction and the implementation of accessible, reasonable rules. The integration of RU and FA constitutes the framework of the RUFA management model. RU and FA both are bound by central types of rules, but they are not prescribed from different angles. RU is the inside of a person and appears to normals. FA is strict rules exciting outside of a person and a kind of resignation. RU and FA are elements where empirical rules were derived from business experience. The meaning of RU and FA in the RUFA model do not indicate per Confucianist thought or legist thought. In this model, practical experience in identifying the responsibilities of each individual in the organization and identifying the standards for results-based rewards can be seen as FA, which drives the construction and the implementation of acceptable, reasonable rules. On the other hand, in an organization, practical experience in listening equally to the opinions of employees and working to understand them can be seen as the rule accept, which has the dignity, abilities, and bearing of a respected leader. For example, model compensation system reflected this RUFA balance. So the question is whether the behavior pattern of digital Rushang in China, in other words, a business person who is involved with digital technologies, is limited to a studious entrepreneur who is involved with digital technologies in a broad sense, or can it be portrayed more deeply as something which adopts the norms of the RUFA model? To address this question, we have selected the next three keywords for further examination of digital Rushang. In relation to digital Rushang, the term dedication can be understood based on meaning of a dedicated approach to the purpose of the corporation. Frequently, Monetary rewards, which are compatible with a focus on results, can become something one is resigned to as an area consistent with FA. However, once a person accepted this, the area of interaction between persons becomes visible in one's own behavior when working to achieve the objective. This corresponds to rule, and it frequently has the effect of stimulating the desire for personal fulfillment as a non-monetary reward. Innovation involves numerous negotiations with others, and it can be expected that some form of win-win relationship is assumed as the psychological foundation. This can also be called as a...
Your time is almost over. Try to finish it.
Okay. Sorry for the mistake. And a non-monetary reward. Innovation involves numerous negotiations with others, and it can be expected that some form of win-win relationship is assumed as the psychological foundation. This can also be called an altruistic spirit because this element is positioned at the foundation of rule. The term association firstly considers the approach to social organizations which are related to the social thought that was developed primarily in 19th century France. It is necessary to examine concepts such as ownership, labor, collaboration, rewards, fairness, and democratic nature, and to reconstruct their interrelationships. In this report, the idea of association is brief.
Sorry.
In the process of post-war economic recovery, the Japanese economy achieved a remarkable economic growth. And this is the picture of the Shinjuku Station in Tokyo right after the World War II. And so this is 80 years later. Now the Shinjuku Station and around. You can see how the Japanese economy developed. You can see this from these pictures. So the introduction of the mass production system is considered to be the economic foundation of Japanese economic development. In order to establish this system, it is important not only to build a production system in big businesses, but also have a supporting parts industry. In this sense, it can be said that the development of the Japanese economy after World War II could not have been achieved without the existence of a big number of SMEs. So, do you know what is this machine? This is a research machine. People can research under the sea about 12,000 meters. This machine developed by small businesses in Tokyo and Chiba. Maybe 6 small businesses developed this machine. Japanese small businesses have such a wonderful skills, but small businesses hadn't not a good skill from had a good skill from the very beginning. That is my point. point. So the purpose of my presentation is to explain the formation of SMEs, which made the high growth of the Japanese economy possible in relation to the development of large companies. So, so there are some issues to be discussed regarding SMEs in Japan. For example, the vast number of SMEs that remains and the division of labor between large companies and SMEs, and the existence of independent SMEs. The three topics are most important to discuss the SMEs in Japan. So in my presentation, the development of the use of the Stauke system by SMEs after the World War II in relation to the formation of a big business group, so-called Keiritsu system. So the important category is mass production. So after the World War II, Japanese companies begin to modernize based on the introduction of technology from the USA. Innovation is producing technology required a huge amount of capital. So to get the money, Japanese companies not rely on the direct financing, but Japanese company get the money from the bank or city bank or state-owned banks. So therefore, the low financing costs are an important factor in the emphasis of direct financing in Japan. The mass production need the mass production system came from America, and Americans want to get the money from Japan. So therefore, finance is very important thing for Japanese SMEs. And Keiretsu, after the World War II, Japanese growth, big companies made a Keiretsu system. So we call the Keiretsu generally two types of Keiretsu. One is the SMEs and large corporation. And others is horizontal relations between large corporations. So how the Keiretsu is formed? A large population of the nation's welfare was concentrated in large companies through financial institutions, and this money was used for technological innovation and other purposes. However, because Japanese companies lacked the funds, they relied on loans from financial institutions, mainly banks belong to the same group. This is how the Keiretsu or group of companies was established. But the gross profit margin of Japanese company is not necessarily low. However, if we look at the net profit, interest rates are high in both the US and Japan, and the profit margin of Japanese company is extremely low. Under this profit structure, Japanese companies compete to expand their market share, and the problem is financing capital investment. So this is the table about on the comparison of profit margin in developing countries in 1961, I think. In Japan, interest rate paid is extremely high, So that's a problem for the big companies. So low profit and market share. So therefore, big business depend on the outsourcing. So therefore, big business wanted to use small and business to make a mass production system. And this is a table about sourcing of funding in Japanese big business. So Japanese business, big business depend on the external funding from the 1960s, I think. We have three types of small and medium-sized enterprise. Completely machinery manufacturing and parts manufacturer and contact processing companies. Sorry, that is a Shitauke system is a third one. So Shitauke, during the period of rapid economic growth, Japanese companies became increasingly dependent on external capital. In this environment, it was a small business that supports the expansion of producing for Japanese companies. And why parent company do business with certain small and medium-sized enterprises based on a survey conducted by the Small and Medium Enterprise Agency in 1958. About 51% excellent of the technology and 38% other introductions by acquaintances, and 16% the company was formerly employees of the parent companies. This case is a secondary Shitauke system is important for this case, I think. With the introduction of mass production, the ties between production and business partners are strengthened, but at the same time, it is necessary to cultivate business partners. For this is the case. This table shows that Toyota Motor Company's support for Shitauke farms, how the Toyota Motors support the Shitauke farms. Important, so capital participation, loan of equipment fund, and so on. So such management method make Shitauke modernized. That's an important point, I think. So the automobile company have established the cooperative organization for Shitauke companies in the case of technical advice, for example, not only to engineer from the parent company provide direct advice on Shitauke's production activities, but they also organize study groups within these cooperative organizations. To my conclusion, Japanese subcontractors were formed in the process of corporate concentration after the defeat in the war and modernized under the guidance of their parent companies against a background of competition among the SMEs. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, once more. But please give me a time briefly. I want to show Japanese touristic place. in spring, in April, from the day after tomorrow, you can enjoy cherry blossoms everywhere in Japan. So I strongly recommend you to come to Japan after this conference. And, and if you like flowers, Hokkaido is a northern island, is the best place. Hokkaido has a very nice seafood also. And if you like beach, please visit Okinawa. This is Ishigaki Island. And all temples and autumn leaves in Kyoto, you can see, really, really beautiful. And you can ski in the winter everywhere in Japan. So we are really waiting for you in Japan. Please come to Japan. Okay, sorry, chair. So, let's start talk my research. So why, sorry. Okay, so why is sustainable finance or ESG important? This is my topic. Because it helps protect the environment and support society. It makes economic society strong. But there are problems like greenwashing and different rules in different countries about sustainable finance. And especially in US, later I will talk, some people are now against sustainable finance and ESG investment, such as Trump. Sorry. Yeah. So, by the way, what is sustainable finance? The answer is, there is no public definition of the sustainable finance, but as we know, sustainable finance means using money in ways that helps both the economy and the environment. And sustainable finance supports long-term growth, long-lasting development, and social responsibility. That's why sustainable finance is very important, I think. Here are the examples of key instruments of sustainable finance. Because today presentation time is limited, so I cannot talk in detail. But now we can find many tools, financial instruments regarding sustainable finance. Of course, each tool supports eco-friendly and socially good projects. So, investors today, investors are able to make profit and also create positive change of the real world. Okay, regarding the market of sustainable finance. The market capital of the sustainable finance is growing very, very fast. Now, until 2023, 1.3 trillion US dollars, the market capital in the world. So for success of sustainable finance, as we know, the fair and strict rules and governance is important in financial market for financial institutions. In this point, now EU or European countries is a leader. Also, in recent Europe, new ESG financial tools, sustainable covered bonds, are now growing. This is the figure, increasing rapidly. This chart shows the growth of global sustainable finance. As you can see, the market is becoming bigger every year until 2021. But we still need more intention, transparency, and unified rules in the future. But I need to talk about risks. One of the biggest risks or problem is greenwashing. The meaning greenwashing is fake sustainable finance. Sometimes it is done on purpose. Other times it happens by mistake. Even if the company wants to be green. So let me give you some few examples. Yeah, first, Deutsche Bank. They said funds were green, but it was not true. That's why it was greenwashing, people said. And second, HSBC, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank Corporation, they advertised that they did green actions, but still financed fossil fuels. The Volkswagen automobile companies, they said their diesel car is green, but cheated emissions tests. Yeah, these greenwashing causes or are causing reputation problems and bad investment for the company and financial institutions, and more, it is not sustainable. It is the most important point. This is the website of the Deutsche Bank's cheating. And I need to talk about anti-ESG movement, especially in US. It began from first Trump presidency, as you know. In the United States, some states made against ESG state law around 2020. For example, in Texas, ESG is not allowed in public pensions. Florida bans ESG investment with state money for state pensions. West Virginia, they punishes banks avoiding fossil fuels. In Kentucky and Louisiana, they penalize ESG-friendly banks. Crazy. And these issues makes investors avoid ESG or sustainable finance. That's why many investors don't want to continue don't want to continue the sustainable finance and ESG finance, ESG investment. Yeah, of course, this is a part of US, not whole US citizen thoughts, but the effect of US to the world is, as you know, very strong. Yes, Texas. Yeah, Trump. I think I don't want to talk about him, but yeah, ESG crisis. Yeah. I will show you next slide. Very joy. I heard in the morning. Yeah. Sorry, just 1 minute left. Trump crisis. First period of President Trump, US was really unfriendly for ESG. And second, Trump had started already. The US leave the Paris Agreement again. He may also WTO, and he may support fossil fuels and industry more. And ESG rules may become weaker. This might reduce investors' intention toward ESG, and the ESG movement might slow down in the world. Yeah, Dory, baby, Dory. I want to say him, Dory, yourself. I didn't say nothing. I say nothing. Yeah, so yeah. But sustainable finance is here to stay, right? Yes, right. Should be right to be. Still, sustainable finance is not going away. It is important for both developed and developing countries both. For example, of course, Nepal is trying to grow with sustainability and sustainable finance very successfully, I believe. So what are the biggest problems and how can we fix them? Greenwashing, we need better checks. And yeah, recently digital green bond is issued. So they are using blockchain, and blockchain can help the transparency of the digital green bond. And trade barriers, protection is slowing things down. It happens. And different ESG rules, we need to align global standards. So sustainable finance is not trend, it's a future. I believe. So we need clear rules, financial innovation, global cooperation, global cooperation, global cooperation. And digital tools and emerging market will play a big role. So I need to say, let's build a better system together. Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。ダニヤバー。
Smile.
First one is introduction. You know that the climate change is a global issue now. So temperature is rising, erratic rainfall is going on. So mountainous country like Nepal, it has many issues, and we are facing a bigger problem because of the climate change. So Nepal has limited meteorological data. We don't have long meteorological data. Okay, almost around 50 years meteorological data. But we have a tree. We have many trees, which are more than 500 years, 600 years, even 1,000 years also. So all these trees, they have climatic records. All these trees have climatic records, and these records are very useful to examine what happens in the past and what may happen in the future. So I'm going to deal about it. So my objective is like this, to develop the dendrochronology of certain species. My focus is on Pinus walicina, which we call blue pine, or we can say in Nepali Rani Salla. So here I will tell you about how the rings of the trees record the climatic events, and what are the changes to the ring of the plant because of the climate changes. So this is all about my objective. So my study is focused on 3 sites of the Himalayan region, especially of Mustang, Say Foxingdo, and Manaslu. So here you can see in the map. So in Dolpa region of Say Foxingdo National Park, okay, the one side is there, from where I have collected 3 rings, okay, of around 30, and then from Gorkha I have collected 35, and from Mustang I have collected 60. So it is given the months and their temperature. So overall in Nepal, you know that more than 80% rainfall in Nepal occurs in monsoon season, and then 20% else. So, and even at the same time, monsoon season, the temperature also high. So this is how I have collected the data, and I have selected the trees which have big girth and very elegant type of trees, which we call in forest language, we call it is a ploss tree. So I have selected ploss tree, and altogether 490 cores were collected, okay? And the height was around 1.3 meter from the ground. It is, we say it as a devious height or diameter at breast height. It is around this height, so it is easy to take out the core from the tree. So this is the recommended height. So the collected cores by using the increment borer were assembled in the laboratory. This figure represents that we have collected in the laboratories, and in laboratories different techniques were used. First of all, we collect the rings and we sanded it, and then we use various dendrochronological techniques to develop the chronology. So here, this is me myself, and I'm working on the lab. So data analysis. So after counting the rings, after counting the rings, we do so many things. So here I have done Pearson correlation analysis. That is analysis part. Because I knows this much, and I know other teachers also know this. So I also use this drought analysis index, that is SAPDSI, and also basal area increment. So for this I use CRU data. This CRU data is internet-based data, because as I already told you that in our country, meteorological data are limited. Okay, so the first meteorological station was established in Indian Embassy. So it is around 50 years ago. But the trees which I have core, it is around 300 years. So I cannot say what happened before 250 years. So only 50 years data I know. So 250 years data I don't know. So for that we use these tree data to know what happened in the past and what may happen in the future. So result, so all together I have already said that from Dolpa, I have developed the chronology of 183 years, from Mustang 99 years, and from the Gorkha 118 years. So this is the correlation analysis. So based on this, okay, one is from Mustang, another is from Gorkha, and another is from Dolpa. And this blue color is of precipitation, and this gray color, or we can say a little bit brown type color, it is drought one, and the another red one is of temperature. So in Mustang, tree ring chronology is highly correlated, and the year pre-monsoon and winter, these are the 2 months where the relation is highly significant, whereas in May and in the other months it is negative, that is insignificant. Similarly, in MCA Gorkha, the tree ring was highly correlated, means that it's statistically correlated or significant, and negatively correlated with June. Okay, highly correlated with, and as well as of April. Okay. Similarly, I think one sentence is missing here, although I know the result because I have done myself. So in MCA, okay, the significant, there was a significant in March and pre-monsoon. Okay. So in SMP of Dolpa district, okay, the chronology was highly correlated with the month precipitation of April, February, August, and winter season, whereas SCPDSI of February, April, May, August, pre-monsoon and monsoon. The tree ring was with chronology was negatively correlated with temperature of February, March, pre-monsoon, winter, as well as post-monsoon. So these are just what I want to say is that this is just the record given, this is just the information given by these correlation analysis. But the thing is that how this happened, we'll talk about it later. So this is another basal area increment. How basal increment? The trees which are lies in the lower altitude and the trees which are lies in the upper altitude, upper and lower altitude, they have low increment. Whereas the trees lies in the middle altitude, it has high increment basal area. You can see the data here. The data shows that the top, that is 363, 2050, and 1607. So discussion. So discussion part, as I told you already, okay, in discussion part, I compare my data with the sum of the data of Nepal, Pakistan, India, Bhutan, and China, of the same tree, same species. In Nepal, as I already told you that the spring season which is present, or the spring, the most of the study in this region conclude that spring season moisture stress related to tree growth has been widely observed in the other conifer species from the central Nepal, western part of Nepalese Himalayas region. So these are some references I have taken. So similarly, in Pakistan, tree ring with site chronology show a strong positive response to temperature and weak response to precipitation, just opposite to ours. In our place, precipitation is important than temperature, means in my study area, but in Pakistan it is just opposite. So similarly in India, winter temperature prior to growth years has been found to play positive influence on blue pine growth. Summer temperature also has very similar response except for June and August. June temperature has negative influence at the lower, okay, so in contrary to the higher side. So this is also from Saha et al. 2022. So this is the current published by Saha. So next one is from the Bhutan side. So Bhutan, summer maximum temperature is the most significant climatic factors for regulating Pinus wallicina growth. So similarly in China, the radial growth of Pinus wallicina show a positive correlation with the maximum temperature from April to June and June to September, as well as with precipitation from June to April. These findings suggest that rising temperature have accelerated the radial growth of Pinus wallicina in this region. So in China, temperature plays vital role for the growth of the tree. In Pakistan also same. In India, it's a mixed type. In Bhutan also temperature. But in our context,
Deepakji, please mind your time.
Okay. So this is almost finished. Okay. In our context, precipitation plays a vital role. So altogether, we developed the tree ring chronology of Pinus wallicina from the Nepal. The analysis shows that temperature increase and low precipitation rainfall cause soil deficit, limiting tree growth. Radial growth is mainly influenced by moisture stress from winter to spring. Higher elevation trees are more sensitive to environmental change. Basal area increment in the lower at extreme elevation, but follow a similar long-term pattern across sites. So it means that it is declining. So another one is further studies on tree data across the knowledge are essential to understand the impact of climate change on the forest species. So this is all about these are some references.
So many variabilities, so many change issues that I'm not sure. This is the question for you. For me, it's just not sure that you can compare and take this kind of conclusion. It's a little bit, in my opinion, it's a little bit too far.
But thank you for the question. Climate varies along the altitudinal gradient and aspect gradient also. Even in the Nepal also, because Nepal, you know that Nepal its lowest altitude is around 50 meter to 8,814. And this species Pinus wallicina, its natural habitat is from 1800 meter to 4400 meter. So the same species found at 1800 meter and 4400. The same species which is found in the 1800 meter and 4400 meter also have different basal area increment and different response to the climate factors. But what I want to say is that overall scenario and even the other so many research concluded that in our context, the precipitation plays vital role. But in other contexts, it is not like that. So we have to go deeply. What might be the reason why the same species of Nepal, China, India, Bhutan, Pakistan, even other countries have different response to different climatic factors. So this is the big question mark. Even I don't know about that. But I did only one research in my country. But others have done their research in their respective places. So if we all think about this, then we can conclude and say that this might be the main reason behind it. Thus I want to explore it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Now look here. Okay, sir.
Background of this study: climate change has potential to affect the socio-cultural factors. Climate is the main factor in destination selection. Atmosphere and weather are identified as the major factor for the tourism business. And rise in temperature, increased sea level, or melting ice that reduce the snow cover and loss of natural beauty. Widespread and rapid change in atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere cause the loss of the biodiversity. Global warming of more than 2 degrees causes extinction of certain species. The intensity and the frequency of the extreme event are increased, shifting of tourists in northern hemisphere. This point me to know something. Why? What happens? What is the effect of socio-cultural impact on tourism development in Annapurna Conservation Area? In the previously, most research are concerned to the economic benefit, but here I am concerned to the socio-cultural impact. In which aspect I have taken two things: positive socio-cultural impact and negative socio-cultural impact. If positive socio-cultural impact outweighs the negative social contact, then they are interested to promote for the further tourism development. For this purpose, I have drawn the one figure, and the first figure is taken by Tony Hagen, 1957, and this changing Gangapurna glacier, and second I have shown there 2007, 2010, and 2018. And it is clear from there that the glacier is converted into lake, and the size of the lake is increased, again decreased, because the lack of the snow. That means there is big challenges in Nepal, because if the glacier is retract, and at the last, if there is no glacier, what will happen? What is the source of water in Nepal? Then how can we promote the tourism? And what is their aspect? I'm going to find out this. Then objective, to assess the relationship between climate change and the impact of climate change on socio-cultural factors. To investigate the relationship between the climate change, socio-cultural impact of tourism, and attitudes toward the tourism development. Third one, what is the mediating role of impact between the climate change and attitudes toward the tourism development. Research methodology. Research design is descriptive and exploratory. Site, Annapurna Conservation Area I have taken because it is the most fragile area, and another, it is the best tourism destination in Nepal. So that is why I have selected both. On the basis of vulnerability index also, I have selected this area. And data collection, I have collected the data on the basis of the structural question, and sample size is 490. And the model is developed on the basis of partial least square equation structural modeling method. And hypotheses are formulated and tested. And median analysis also performed whether it is correct or not. After the formulation of the hypothesis, it is tested and simulation is done by taking 5,000 resample whether the model is correct or not. The data I have already mentioned from the Annapurna Conservation Area, and the questionnaire, its current batch alpha is more than 0.7, and the validity of the questionnaire is tested by the correlation matrix, and descriptive and other statistical measures are calculated. This is my study area. I have taken 3 districts, Kanski, Mustang, and Longju, on the basis of the vulnerability index and the tourist destination. This is my model. Impact of climate change, directly, whether it directly affects the attitude toward tourism or not, and impact of climate change on tourism is directly affect the attitude toward the tourism development or not, and the mediating factor, socio-cultural factor, positive as well as negative, will affect the attitude toward the tourism development or not. This is my purpose model. And these are the indicators. To measure this construct, I have taken the indicator and I have tested all these indicators, whether they are valid or not, by taking the loading factor. If the loading factor is less than 0.6, I have excluded them. And on the basis of the research, this is the socio-demographic profile of the respondent, in which near about 2/3 are the male and few are female, and age 31 to 60 are more, and occupation, most of them are grocery trade and jobs, and most of them are married. Education, most of them are secondary because most of them are related to the business studies and trade also. And to know whether the model is valid or not, and so I have find coronal batch alpha, composite reliability, and average variance extracted. It shows that the model is good because it fulfills all the criteria. That is, alpha and CR is greater than 0.7 and AB is greater than 0.5. And when I measure the reliability, I want to know the validity, whether my constructs are valid or not, whether they are discriminant or not, whether same construct measured differently or not. That is why discriminant validity is tested, and it also satisfies the condition of the validity, discriminant validity. And this is my model. And this model indicates that all the values, loading factor, which is given, these all are greater than 0.7, and all the indicators are significant. These significant are observed on the basis of simulation technique by taking 5,000 samples.
Can you please move to your conclusion?
Okay. And on the basis of this model, I'm going to draw the conclusion. It shows that first, this impact of climate change affect the socio-cultural factors. And second, climate change impact on tourism positively impacted, but the climate change impact negatively not impacted to them in context of Nepal. That means, Ramesh sir already told, due to the mass tourism, the local residents are reached to the stagnation process, but in the development phase, we are in the Butler theory, in the primitive stage. So there must be the combination between the development and the tourist flow. That is the gap in context of Nepal, which is shown in my research also. And mediation effect is, here I have said, what is the effect of socio-cultural positive impact and negative impact. It indicates that in context of Nepal, social positive impact overweight the negative socio-cultural impact. So still they are motivated for the further tourism investment. That is my conclusion in case of the median analysis. And it is also shown with the help of the resampling. I have told simulation technique. In conclusion, I have already told influence the positive and negative social both. Climate change affect the both, and climate change does not alter the attitude toward the tourism development. Second, socio-cultural positive impact significantly alter altitude toward tourism development. Socio-cultural negative impact is not strong enough to alter attitude toward the tourism development in context of Nepal. And the impact of climate change on tourism significantly influence the socio-cultural positive impact. Thank you very much.
And I select the 4 districts of Gandaki province: Bagalung, Magdi, Mustang, and Lamjung. These are the introduction. Climate change plays a vital role in present situation. Similarly, for the developing country like Nepal, migration is very critical. In villages, number of peoples are decreasing, but the number of monkeys are increasing. And for our country, the flooding, landslide, and drought and forest fire are the main indicators for climate change. These are the 3 objectives: to investigate migration intention influenced by climate change effects, climate change impacts, and adaptation; to evaluate the role of climatic factors on perception about socio-cultural impacts of migration, and to clarify the socio-cultural impact of migration, mediating role between climatic factors and migration intentions. And this is the research based on perception. The residents of the 4 districts give their perception on 5-point Likert scale, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. 1 represent strongly disagree and 5 represent strongly agree. The research design, descriptive and inferential statistical tools are used. Quantitative data were collected using structure questionnaire. Reliability and validity of questionnaire were tested using Cronbach alpha, which is classical method, and in modern context, the reliability tests are row A and composite reliability. And for convergent validity, average variance extracted is used, and for discriminant validity, Fornell-Larker and STMT, heterotrade, monotrade tests are used. PLS-SAME was used to measurement and structural model and assessment. And here, Smart PLS software is used. The sources of data: these 4 districts are selected on the basis of vulnerability index. Magdi and Bagalung are very high in overall vulnerability index according to MOFE, Ministry of Forest and Environment 2021. And Mustang and Lomjung are high vulnerable study area. These are the 4 districts. And 1 rural municipality and 1 urban municipality are selected from Bagalung, Magdi, and Lomjung. And 4 rural municipalities are selected from the Mustang districts. The sample size is estimated by using the KISS formula, which is related to the number of constructs and also Likert scale. So I use this relation KISS formula. And conceptual framework of hypothetical model is climate change effect, climate change impact, and adaptation are the exogenous constructs. And socio-cultural, positive socio-cultural impact on migration and negative socio-cultural impact on migration are endogenous, and in another generation, migration intention is the endogenous constructs. The indicators which are related to the constructs are the 4 constructs for climate change effects, 4 indicators are for climate change impact, adaptation, 4 indicators for adaptation, and 5 indicators for sociocultural, positive sociocultural impact, 6 indicators for sociocultural negative impact, and 5 indicators for migration intentions. And these are the socio-demographic characteristics of the data. And the convergent validity and reliability. For measurement analysis, we test for reliability and validity.
Hello, move to the findings.
Yes, okay. And all are reliable and valid, so we move to the, this is the discriminant validity. All values are, the values before the, above the leading diagonal elements give the value of STMT. And this is the structural model, which gives the value of p-value, loading value. And the results of the structural model path questions given here. Climate change effect is influenced migration intention. Climate change effect influence socio-cultural positive impact, negative impact. And from the results of mediation analysis, adaptation, socio-cultural positive impact can create the mediating role between adaptation and migration intention, and socio-cultural negative impact play the mediating role between climate change impact and migration intention. These are the conclusions, and these are the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sir.
Contextual background. Pokhara is key tourism destinations, and community-driven development efforts are closely linked to the higher educations. Higher education programs, research projects, and community involvement play a vital role in promoting sustainable tourism-driven innovations and exposing long-term economic growth in the regions. These programs provide value knowledge, expertise, research activities that promotes innovation in sustainable tourism, aids in creation of eco-friendly tourism infrastructure and local entrepreneurship skills. Innovation provides adoption and integration of new processes for resource management and technological digital ones. In pandemic, so many digital apps used and stay homes and consumption pattern is easy. And biometrics digital identity in travels means estimation is used. It is an innovation. Higher education provides learners with the chance to enhance their life opportunity. It supports personal growth, offering various learning formats that provide to both structure and adoptional education experiences related to the local competency in economic income generating opportunity. Issues, problems, and objectives of the research work. Higher education institutions have formed stronger connection with the local stakeholders and engage in co-creation activities to support sustainable development. Higher education institutions struggle to connect in Pokhara. Higher education institutions struggle to connect the assessment of the local needs with involvements, place-based projects that engage multiple stakeholders. These projects promote sustainability through locally driven competency-based tourism, provide innovative solutions to real challenges, and contribute to the broader economic growth by mobilizing local resources in this region. Most of the existing studies have been conducted in more developed countries, leaving in a gap understanding how this factor influences another in the developing the regions, the distinct economic, social, and institutional characteristics in the context of Pokhara, the rapid growth of higher education institutions in Nepal, number of institutions in Nepal, driven by global pressure, education, but has directed to challenging global trends. In Pokhara, there are numerous opportunities for sustainable tourism, innovation, and economic development. However, the challenge lies in connecting knowledge and local competencies. Personal behavior issues is the most that need to address. Further, higher educations are affecting their dedication, loyalty, and the sense of responsibility in their works. Need to link these issues in sustainable tourism, innovation, economic development in this region. For the addressing issues and problem, my research studies aims to explore the role of higher education institution in sustainable tourism, innovation, and economic development in Pokhara. Research methodology. The research works applies qualitative phenomenological research design using in-depth interviews to observe life experiences of participants. A purposive sampling technique was employed to select respondents, which included 7 tourism entrepreneurs with more than 5 years business experiences and 8 academics from higher education who involved in teaching professions and research work activities. The questions for the in-depth interviews were open-ended and semi-structured, allowing for a more flexible and explanatory conversation. Each interview conducted in 30 to 40 minutes ensured high explanation. The text responses were transcribed and coded. These codes were then organized into the themes through a process of dissembling, interpreting, and concluding. The final themes of the phenomena were developed using summative analysis, which reflects the overall meaning of the respondents' narratives. Result and analysis. The status of the mainly three constructs, innovation, sustainable tourism, and socio-economic development. Most of the respondents focus on sustainable tourism in Pokhara. Update curriculum, research partnership, training and development for the value tourism and socio-economize, as follows by innovation. Innovation is supplementary factor as follows to sustainable tourism, which focus 6 respondents out of 15 respondents. 7 respondents focus on sustainable tourism, 6 focus on innovation, and 2 focus on socio-economic development. It means that when sustainable tourism and innovations enhance, then supplementary function socio-economic activities automatically enhance. The position of role of the higher education on innovative factor as well. 3 innovative factors included in these studies: collaborative policy making, sharing industry insight by professional, teaching technology adoption, local resources utilization. Among 15 respondents, 7 respondents focus on technology adoption and local resource mobilization. It is an initiative startup function, which supported by collaborative policy making and shared industry insight by the entrepreneurs. Role of higher education on socio-economic development. It assumes also 3 main dimensions of support local community, tackle youth unemployment, address brain drain. The respondent, among 15 respondents, 7 respondents focus on support local community, as followed by tackle on youth unemployment by 6 respondents, and only least number of 2 respondents focus on address brain drain. Education not only solution the problem of brain drain. It is the if the community and unemployment problem is addressing, then automatically brain drain problem is addressing. Status of higher education in sustainable tourism factor.
3 minutes more.
Among the 50 respondents, 7 respondents focus on update curriculum and promoting discussion culture, as followed by 5 respondents focus on faculty entrepreneurship, research partnership, and higher education course. With least number of 3 respondents focus. If the updating curriculum and discussion culture and research partnership adoption, the higher educations, conceptual higher educations automatically applied in the role of higher education. Finding and discussion. The findings mainly focus on that sustainable tourism is most focused phenomena, which is same custom research conducted by Liu et al. 2022 and Liu et al. 2022, which is focused on socio-cultural innovation and sustainable tourism with a collaborative informed approach. Technology adoption is a key driving factor in education. Innovative behavior requires a balanced approach, integrating technological innovation, local resource management, and collaborative policy effort. Braumel and Lane 2021, which use in different contexts the same phenomena, and Police and Law 2008, used in different contexts in the same phenomena, has same consistency from the study. Connecting local products and service youth is most priority phenomenon. Value-added economic activities for the solution of youth unemployment is second priority phenomena. These two phenomena integrately enhance sustainable development in state local competency, helps reduce brain drain, which is same the study of Smith 2020 on different contexts, and Browning and Gulzade 2023.
1 minute more.
Which is the consistent application of the previous studies. In sustainable tourism, update curriculum is most focused phenomenon. Research partnership is specialized course is second phenomena, and applicable practical and theoretical knowledge linkage is the updating and helping phenomena, which is empower the positive social impact. The same study on Smith by 2020 and practices theory and practical enhance the sustainable tourism. Conclusion. Sustainable tourism is the most priority sector, which is update their curricula, incorporate sustainability and hands-on learning experiences, which include partnership between academia and industry, ensure a student with theoretical knowledge and practical necessary to tackle all challenges, integrating technological innovation and collaborative policy making with the tourism programs will allow to effective decision making and development sustainable business model. The priority is given to aim to support education initiatives that encourage innovations, youth unemployment, and the development of local community, which will ultimately contribute to reduce brain drain, promoting long-term socio-economic growth. Future research will be focused on integrating the 3 pillars of economic, social, and environmental factor of sustainable tourism by adjusting innovative and economic factor in Pokhara, while also considering local competency in this region. Thank you everyone for your attentive participation.
Sorry. The topic is a role of higher education in sustainable tourism, a study based on Pokhara's tourism and academia. Why I choose Pokhara? Because it is the tourism capital city of Pokhara. Last year, Nepali date Chaitra 4, 2080, almost a year ahead, Pokhara was declared as a tourism capital, and which provides a unique setting for analyzing the role of academia in promoting sustainable tourism. And this study is attempted to explore how higher education institutions contribute to sustainable tourism in Pokhara. So you know, like the previous researches also suggest that there is a huge gap between tourism institution and tourism industry. So I'm trying to get some answers where they stand. The tourism educators, the students, the tourism entrepreneurs, and policy makers towards sustainable tourism, towards achieving the goal of sustainable tourism. That's what's my research problem, and the objectives way to examine how higher education institutions contribute to sustainable tourism and to assess the integration of sustainability principles in tourism curricula and to identify challenges and propose some strategies for enhancing academics' role in sustainable tourism. As I told you, I chose Pokhara. We cannot miss Annapurna region, the adventure tourism, cultural tourism, and ecotourism, some basis of sustainable tourism. And city's tourism sector heavily relies on education and training to maintain sustainability. I used a mixed method, qualitative and quantitative approach, and I collected primary data through the questionnaire, and my respondents were educators, students, policymakers, and tourism entrepreneurs. And I collected some secondary data from academic documents, some research papers, and some policy documents on sustainable tourism. These were purposefully selected samples for study: 20 tourism educators, 20 tourism students, 20 policy makers and bureaucrats, and 20 tourism entrepreneurs, altogether 80 in total, the participants, the respondents. I will directly go to the findings and results. 40% of the respondents believe sustainability is well integrated into tourism curricula. As I peeped inside some of the syllabus as well, and 30% feel it needs significant improvement to incorporate sustainable tourism aspects in the curriculum. 28% believe sustainability education is lacking practical components. Like, there is the term sustainable tourism in the papers, but they hardly put them into practice. How important is practical training and fieldwork? 79% of respondents emphasize that hands-on training is essential for sustainable tourism education. Only 43% of institutions have mandatory field-based learning components, and industry linkages for internship remain limited. And what about academia industry collaboration in Pokhara? 33% of the respondents believe that there is strong collaboration between academia and the tourism industry, while 42% find occasional engagement but no structured partnership, and 27% see a major gap between theory and industry practice. Like, what they learn in the classroom, they are hardly put into practice in the field. And yeah, there are various challenges in sustainable tourism education. Like 72% stakeholders identified outdated curricula as a barrier. So timely renewal or a timely update of the curriculum is necessary. Lack of practical training hinders real-world skill development, and policy execution remains weak despite sustainability discussions. So we need a stronger policy support. 84% believed on that, whereas policymakers recognize the need for structured guideline in tourism education to put sustainability inside the paper. Incentives for research-based programs remained limited. And these were some survey findings. Sustainability in curriculum: 15 strongly agreed, whereas 21 agreed, 10 remained neutral, and 4 disagreed. Hands-on training and academia, industry collaboration, and policy support for sustainability. Through these survey findings, these are the key findings. Number 1, sustainability integration in tourism education is very moderate in Pokhara. Strong demand for hands-on learning but limited institutional support. Weak industry collaboration affects a real-world application. Policy framework need strengthening to promote sustainable tourism education. So we have to introduce more field-based studies rather than rote learning or theoretical-based studies, and we have to adopt a multidisciplinary approach linking tourism with environment and business studies. We have to implement community engagement projects to create real-world impact. Like these days, homestays has been very popular, and we need to take the students to learn more about the Nepalese hospitality culture. What about strengthening academia industry partnership? Establish intensive programs with the tourism business, organize industry-led guest lectures and workshops, which this has been lacking in Pokhara, and facilitate research collaboration between academia and industry professionals. Government and policy recommendations: provide research grants for sustainable initiatives, develop accreditation criteria based on sustainability education also, while giving the QA certification, how sustainable practices they go towards giving the learning to the students, and offering incentives for institutions integrating responsible tourism education. And these are some strategies: strengthening research-based learning models, increase government and private sector funding for sustainability education, and promote practical tourism training through real-world projects. And higher education must play an active role in producing sustainability, developing tourism policies, and engaging the community-based tourism education. These are some of the models the Pokhara has been practicing, like eco-friendly lodging and homestays, which I have already stated, and responsible trekking and boating also. Even if we go to the lakes in Pokhara, we do practice the sustainable practice of making the boat and going for the boating. And even I see a significant increase in empowering women and the people living in the villages through the community-based tourism and empowerment. Conclusion: curriculum enhancement should be done to drive sustainable tourism. Higher education must focus on updating and improving their curriculum, and there should be a strong academia-industry collaboration. Establishing closer partnership between universities and the tourism industry is necessary. For example, what we did just yesterday in our conference can be a good example of the second one: building a strong relationship between academia and industry. And we need a government support in the higher education in tourism by providing funding, incentive, and policies that promote research on sustainable tourism. Capacity building: education institution also must focus on building the capacity of students and professionalism by offering specialized training and certification in sustainable tourism, which they will be more equipped in future. And we have to promote the awareness, like higher education institutions should play an active role in raising awareness about the importance of sustainable tourism, not only by giving the credit courses, but non-credit courses also they can offer. These were the questions which I asked to tourism educators, tourism students, tourism entrepreneurs, and tourism policy makers. And these were the references which I used for the research. Thank you. Together for Sustainable Tourism. Namaste.
And he was eagerly doing, he is also involved in research, as well as he is also a portfolio manager. Okay, he invests in portfolio management. So it is an opportunity for him. I think he is the youngest presenter of this conference also. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Well, our research is not directly related to the sustainable tourism or the role of higher education, but it aligns with the theme of the conference under the track 13, which is ESG. Moving on to the research issues and motivation, the global investment landscape has witnessed a remarkable changes, with sustainable investment and ESG investment making a pivotal role. According to the GSIA report 2022, the ESG investment in sustainable assets has been surged to $30.3 million, but Nepal is still significant lack of such investment. While individual investors and some of the investors in Nepal are increasingly leveling their ESG awareness, but still they prioritize the small profits over the sustainability. Moreover, under the existing literature, there is the contradictory findings. Some of the literature focuses on the environmental factors, while some other focus on the social and governance factors. So the major research question guiding this study is, to what extent do ESG factors impact the investment decision of individual and institutional investors? And in line with the research question, the major purpose of the study is to examine the extent to which ESG factors influence the investment decision, impact the investment decision of individual and institutional investors. So for the research gap, there is the theoretical gap under the existing literature. So the existing literature has not complied with the stakeholders' theory in understanding the impact of ESG investing in investment decision. and there is evidence gap. As I already told that under the existing literature, some of the literature focuses on the influence of impact of environmental factors, while others focus on social and others on governance. And population gap also. While the study under the Nepal, the previous studies has only focused on the individual investors, while in this study we have incorporated the individual as well as the institutional investors. So for the research methodology, the research design we have used is descriptive and causal. Descriptive research design has been used to check the level of awareness on ESG factors, and causal is used to see the relationship and the impact of ESG factors on investment decision. For the data collection, online questionnaire was administered and with a 5-point of Likert scale, and every variables and items, every variable contains the 6 items which is extracted from the scholarly articles to ensure the reliability and validity of the data. And for the sampling, I have used the convenience sampling to collect the data from 384 respondents. Among the 384 respondents, 88 are institutional one, and 296 are the individual investors. So the sample size, to ensure that the sample size defines the population, this sample size is drawn from the similar studies of Bartlett and Sultana et al. So the limitation for the study could be I have used the cross-sectional data, and due to the use of convenience sampling, there might be the potential selection bias. As well as I haven't used the advanced research and statistical tool to conduct the study. So to run the regression model, several assumptions need to be tested and made, and for the testing I have used the linearity, normality, homogeneity, and multicollinearity. So while testing, all the assumptions and conditions were made for running the regression model. Here the table shows the relationship between ESG factors and investment decision across the 3 models. Model I constitute with the overall investors, model second constitute with the individual investors, and model third constitute with the institutional investor. So for the model I, social factors has the highest positive correlation between on investment decision, followed by the governance factors and environmental factors. Means the more the people tend to integrate the social factors such as corporate social responsibility, human rights, ethics, the more their investment decisions tend to lead the better results. And similarly, the result is followed by the institutional and individual investors. And this table shows the impact of ESG factors on investment decision across the 3 models. So here we can see that the environmental factors has insignificant impact on investment decision across the 3 models. Means the investors of Nepal do not tend to integrate the environmental factors while making their investment choices, whereas social and governance factors shows the significant impact on investment decision. Mean the investors, all the investors of Nepal integrate the social factors and governance factors while making their investment choices. Among the 3 models, institutional investor model, which is model III, shows the highest explanatory power, and the R-square and F statistics shows that the model has high predictable power and is statistically fit. So further discussion on the impact of ESG factors on investment decision. For the environmental factors, our result is similar with that of Chan and Minley. The result produced by Chan and Minley is with the perspective that the environmental factors might be complex and contingent in influencing the behavior of the individual. And the reason for the contradiction might be this: all of these studies has been conducted at, in the Western society. So at the Western society, people are already aware of the environmental factors, while in Nepal, due to the lack of policy and awareness, people might not be much aware of the environmental factors to influence, to impact it on investment decision. For the social factors, it contradicts with the Theo and Siu. The contradiction might be due to the time lag for the research, as it is conducted in 1990. And our research aligned with the 2 theories. Theories of planned behavior and stakeholders theory. So for the theory of planned behavior, individual behavior is controlled by the subjective norms, perceived behavior control, and attitude. Similarly, our study produced the result that the individual investment choices or decision is being influenced by the social and governance factors, and the stakeholders theory, which constitute that the individual concerned about the interests of the stakeholders while making the investment choices. So, so in the conclusion, social and governance factors plays a critical role in influencing investment decision, building trust and enhancing confidence. Environmental factors are less prioritized, so the policymakers should prioritize to increase the level of awareness for the environmental factors. And the study highlights the significant influence of social responsibility and governance practices on investment decision. So the implication for the investment firm could be they could produce the ESG themed investment products so that focusing on social and governance factors, as most of the Nepalese investors are prioritizing the social and governance factors in their investment decision. Policymakers such as SEBON and NRB could introduce regulation, incentives and subsidies to promote the ESG awareness, especially on the environmental factors. And for institutional investors, they could integrate the social factors, environmental factors for long-term strategy. And theoretical implication is that this study supports the both theory of client behavior and stakeholders theory. So the future direction for the research would be investment firm and policy makers should explore the development of ESG rating system. And the longitudinal studies, as I have in the current study used the cross-sectional data, the longitudinal study can be done, and further ESG theme investment product could be developed by the investment firms.
Gandaki province, within Gandaki province, the educational sector or institutions should give priority on tourism area. So we too try to understand the factors which affect the decision of students whether to join in tourism area or not. Okay, and this is general background. Okay, as we know that tourism is the world's largest, fastest growing market. The economic importance of tourism in national economy and considered as one of the invisible exporting industry in the context. It is one of the most prevalent subject in the field of management, and tourism is considered as the most prevalent area within the management, and it's attract fewer students than other management subject like finance, marketing, and in general management. So most of the students perceive tourism as a non-significant subject, unwanted and neglected subject. So during high school days in the college and even more in graduate educations, in the present world of setting, tourism and hospitality is important long before time. So that's why we are here now. Okay, so with this, only student would do well and interested in hospitality field. Those who are keenly interested in hospitality and the tourism sector, they are highly interested to join in this education. So we choose this subject matter. So motivation is very important for success, and its absence, the student never may make an effort to learn. So motivation is must to study tourism. So motivation plays a major role in student academic work. So in their achievement reflect in student choice of learning stocks in the time and effort then they devote to them, and coping with the obstacles they encounter in the learning process. Therefore, this paper is designed to explore students' perception about their motivational factors to learn tourism program. So the problem statement of this paper is what are the motivational factors to learn tourism education program in Pokhara by applying EFA approach. We just use EFA approach, exploratory factor analysis. We just try to find out exploratory factors. Okay, to apply the objective of this research work is to apply EFA approach for exploring motivational factors to learn tourism education in Pokhara. And the methods are, okay, the participants during the survey, okay, and these methods are based on the Walkin and Hall's work 2008. So during the survey, 52.4% were male and rest were female, and during the survey 84.7% responded are taken from public colleges and rest are from private colleges, and the sources of student in motivations for learning tourism education program are intermediate and bachelor level students. And procedures for collecting data were collected by with 2 scholars in Pokhara. Number of colleges are there, and sample colleges are selected on the basis of teaching tourism education program in Pokhara from student of management stream and tourism teaching colleges. They are the sources for our information, and we use stratified and proportive sampling from public colleges, and 105 respondents are from public colleges, and rest, 19 respondents are from private colleges. So therefore we purposively select the +2 and bachelor level students to acquire information, and the total participants were 124, and we use SPSS version for using EFA. An instrument variable to include and measures so measured variable are selected for their utility as indicator and anticipated factors adequately represents the domain. The factors are to tab and not include variable from unrelated domain. Basically, we give emphasis on emerging subject, job opportunities, interest, cost, social status, self-appreciation, and learning values on the basis of reviews. So therefore, we use questionnaire survey, and 51 items question was developed, and variables are measures on the basis of 5-point Likert scale, and reliability and validity was also used on the basis of Cronbach's alpha. Altogether 88.7% was there for all 51 items, and we analysis were conducted with SPSS version, and Bartlett's test of sparsity was used to ensure that the correlation matrix was not random, and the KMO statistics was required to above a minimum of 0.5. So the results of this research are to run the EFA. First of all, overall Cronbach alpha was calculated. As the structural validity was examined, first of all using exploratory factor analysis based on principal component analysis, extracted with Verimax, with Kaiser normality rotations methods and anti-image correlations as measures of sampling adequacy, and we rerun EFA communalities less than 0.5 and anti-image less than 0.6 was removed, and remain 31 items, and EFA run again. And the Kaiser KMO measures the sampling adequacy, and that was 0.854, and Asian value should be greater than 1 for retaining of factors, and KMO value above 0.7 would be suitable for running EFA. So Bartlett's test of sparsity was significant, and p-value is less than 0.01, so it is reliable for conducting EFA. This is just a procedure to collect to know the component that factors influence the student choice of tourism subject, and these are the summaries of factors related with motivations, and these are the factors with Asian value, and script plot are also there. So and these are the component, and we can say that initial Asian value 1.37 is there, and with blue color, and 1.46 is there, and the initial value, initial Asian value should be greater than random data Asian value. So that's why we do not consider that. So if random data Asian value is greater than the Asian initial Asian value, the only above the factors should be applicable for factor analysis according to PA. And parallel analysis, Asian value, minimum, average, partial, and script plot determine the number of factors. So limitations, all these have certain limitations. So overestimating, inferior, and lack of reliability, and plots per sharp demarcations, these are the limitations of these methods. Therefore, the 8 Asian factors was examined, and finally 7 factors are extracted for EFA. So studying tourism enables me to participate freely in academic, social, and professional.
Smile. Sir, excuse me.
And along with the campus chief, Mr. Biranji Gautam from Kalika Multiple Campus, and all the keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, session chairs, campus chief of various campuses, assistant campus chief of Kalika campus, and all other guest faculties, participants, to be seated on their own seats. We're running out of time, so we're making it short. May I request Dr. Yam Silwal to come towards the podium and share his participants' experience. He is the campus chief of Makwanpur Multiple Campus.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson of this closing ceremony of 2 days international conference organized by Kalika Multiple Campus, Pokhara. Chief guest, Silu ma'am from Nepal Open University, Vice Chancellor, and all the professors from various universities as keynote speakers, as moderator, session chairs, all paper presenters, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, namaste. Me from the Makwanpur Multiple Campus, Hetauda. It is nearby Kathmandu Valley, and I'm also belongs to the community campus category. Makwanpur Multiple Campus, like Kalika Multiple Campus, and we are also affiliated to Tribhuvan University, and the University Grant Commission of Nepal has been investing in higher education, including community campuses, and during the quality accreditation procedure, we have been learning various aspects of the quality, and among them we have been organizing as a community campuses. We have been organizing various academic activities. Among them, the conferences has been also organizing by various campuses in Nepal, those who are leading the quality indicators under the University Grant Commission of Nepal. Even though due to our structure, we have been just delivering the curriculum provided by Tribhuvan University, but nowadays we have been practicing little bit autonomy as well as some remedial and some non-credit courses we have been applying. But the University Grant Commission and the community campuses need to address the market-driven, labor market-driven program, as well as we need to focus on faculty development in order to guarantee the quality. But it is very hard. As a leader, being campus chief in community campuses, we have been facing to encourage the faculty members in the research and innovation work, because there are so many factors that they're reluctant to engage in research and innovation activities. But due to the pressure, peer pressure, and international practices that have been sharing in various forums. Nowadays, gradually, in very initial state, we are in higher education practices. So this program, I think, is another milestone, one step ahead towards the journey of higher education quality. So this program provides us various practices in higher education, as well as we learn many aspects of the higher education for quality. So from many countries. I thank to the organizing this program by the management committee of Kalika Multiple Campus. Chairperson of Kalika Multiple Campus, he is very younger and he can do the more on this field, as well as the campus chief, Birenji sir. And we got the more opportunity to collaborate with other international participant delegates came from various countries. So we hope that we will mail you, we will try to connect with you, and please cooperate with us and provide opportunity to our faculties, our campuses to ahead our step towards the quality education in Nepal too. Thank you.
Experience sharing. May I request CA Amit Thapa to take the seat on his own places. He is the board member of Kalika Multiple Campus Management Committee, and would like to request my colleague Samar to felicitate him with Khada. Now, may I request Associate Professor Dr. Anna Suwari Aston from National Institute of Development Administration, NIDA, Bangkok, Thailand, to share her experience.
Actually, I'm very serious, so you can have a look. But first of all, I would like to thank you having me here. As I said, God loved me and God loved Nepal. Before I take off from Bangkok, as soon as I land in Kathmandu, and the earthquake happened in Thailand, was one way is very sad. However, I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I think I would like to congratulate all the team and all the chair and the staff behind the scene. I think you make a very great successful, as I have been to many conferences, and I think that this is one of a good start. We have both equally between the industry and the academic. Your future, the development of tourism is start from here. I believe that we will be behind and support that. One thing that I can see from here is the combination between industry and academic. And that is the most important thing that I would say that, again, my honor to be here. I really humble and honored to be here. Thank you so much to invite me. I hope next time you invite me again and I will come back. And congratulations, and I think that's all for today. But even though it be last day, but it's our first day to start our connection and friendship, and we will have reunion again next time. We will see you all here and our new member to add it up in our family. Thank you so much.
Nepal Open University Professor Dr. Silu Manandar Bazarchare to give away the token of love and a certificate to Nandakumar Das from Bangladesh. Well, if he's here. Yes, now the campus chief of Kalika Multiple Campus, respected Birenji Gautam, will be here with vote of thanks.
Chairperson, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Silu Ma'am, Open University Vice Chancellor, special guests, distinguished speakers, academic scene, delegates, and esteemed participants. A very warm namaste to you all. It is with immense gratitude and joy that I stand before you today to extend my heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of Kalika Multiple Campus on the successful completion of this prestigious international conference on the role of higher education in sustainable tourism, innovation, and economic development. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed an incredible exchange of ideas, research, and discussion that will contribute immensely to shaping the future of sustainable tourism and economic growth through the icon of higher education. This conference has truly been a dream come true, made possible through the collective efforts of many STEM institutions and individuals. I extend my deepest appreciation to OTS Academy, Oxford UK, University Grant Commission, UGC Nepal, Office of the Dean, Faculty of Management, Tribhuvan University, Pokhara Metropolitan City, and KC Group for their unwavering support and collaboration in making this conference a grand success. A special thank you to Hotel Barai for their warm hospitality, seamless arrangements, and exceptional culinary experience, ensuring our esteemed guests felt truly at home. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Kiran Kesi, the chairman of Kalika Multiple Campus, whose visionary leadership and dedication have been instrumental in organizing this landmark event. My heartfelt thanks go to the entire management committee, faculty member, and staff of Kalika Multiple Campus for their relentless efforts behind the scenes in the ensuring the smooth implementation of the conference. A big thank you to our chief guest, special guest, keynote speaker, panelist, moderator, presenter, and all the participants who enriched this event with their knowledge, insight, and thought-providing discussion. Your presence and contribution have truly made this conference a valuable platform for academic and professional growth. As we conclude this event, let us not see this as an end, but as the beginning of an ongoing dialogue to explore and promote sustainable tourism through higher education. We hope this spirit of collaboration and learning continues in the days to come. Thank you all once again, and we look forward to many more such gatherings in the future. Safe travel, and may our shared vision for sustainable development flourish. Thank you and namaste.
Remind you, the crew members from Feva Television and Dipson Photography are collecting and clicking and recording the memorable moments, and we will make them public at the earliest possible. With this note, let me invite to the podium the chief guest of today's event for her words.
Speakers, paper presenters, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I feel honored and privileged for providing me this opportunity to express my few words in this August session. And I must congratulate and thank to the Kalika Multiple Campus and the entire family for organizing this August gathering.
conferences like this need to be held to gather academicians, scholars, policymakers to discuss, to share and transfer knowledges and to create new knowledges and promote innovations. The first Indian Science Congress was held in 1940 in Calcutta, and it's continued till now. And it is always inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India on January 2. And it has never been interrupted by any national or international events like World War or Great Depressions, etc. This is how the conference must take place and continued. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, told that reading make a full man, conference are ready, and writing and exact. Distinguished personalities, it is an honor to stand before you today as we are about to conclude the remarkable initiative of Kalika Multiple Campus in organizing this timely and thought-provoking international conference on higher education and its pivotal role in sustainable development, sustainable tourism development. From what I have gathered, the conference has already featured insightful keynote sessions, dynamic dynamic panel discussions, and a wealth of research presentations, each contributing meaningfully to the discourse on education, innovation, and sustainable tourism. The ideas exchanged here will undoubtedly inspire new pathways for research, policy, and practice in the years to come. Let me allow to share a few reflections on this critical subject. First, the role of higher education is profound and irreplaceable. It is the cornerstone of informed, ethical, and empowered societies, shaping individuals into knowledgeable, skilled, and visionary leaders. Even in an era dominated by AI and automation, the human intellect, creativity, and moral judgment cultivated through education shall remain indispensable. As educators, researchers, and policymakers, we bear a solemn responsibility to uphold this mission, ensuring that development is not just rapid, but equitable, sensible, and sustainable. Second, sustainable development demands prudent stewards of our resources, and we must act as custodians of the future, ensuring that the benefits of today's progress extend to generations yet to come. Tourism, in particular, stands at a fascinating crossroads. In a world where AI and automation may grant people more leisure time, and tourism will grow insignificant. Yet, this growth must not come at the cost of environmental degradation, cultural erosion, or overcrowding. And the answer lies in sustainable tourism, a model that balances economic vitality with ecological preservation, cultural authenticity, and visitor satisfaction. And we must innovate, collaborate, and act decisively to ensure tourism remains a force for good, enriching lives without exhausting our planet. Before I conclude, let me once again applaud the organizers, professors, speakers, panelists, scholars, and all the participants for making this conference a resounding success. Your collective efforts are a testament to the power of collaboration and shared vision. Once again, thank you to the organizer for granting me this opportunity to share my thoughts. May the discussion continue, leading to lasting change in higher education and sustainable tourism.
So may I request the chair, Mr. Casey, to gift the token of love to our chief guest. In the late afternoon, we used to gather in the verandas of Kalika campus. And from tomorrow, I will be missing that black coffee.
No, we will continue.
Yet, conference will continue. And thank you, Kalika, Team Kalika, and especially Campus Chief and the chair for believing me and giving me the responsibility of doing the MC of this session. Yet, many things to learn, and I'll assure I'll come up with a better version of myself in the coming days. So with this note, may I request the chairperson of Kalika Multiple Campus Management Committee, the chair of the event, to finally and formally close the program with his words. Until then, it's me, Dipendra Pahari, faculty of Kalika Multiple Campus, signing out for the next episode of the conference. Have a nice evening. Namaste.
Anyway, namaste, first of all, to everyone, and very good evening. Our chief guest, Silu ma'am, today of this closing ceremony, distinguished guests. As we conclude the remarkable international conference on the role of higher education in sustainable tourism, innovation, and economic development, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this event a grand success. Over the past sessions, we have witnessed insightful decisions, groundbreaking researches, presentations, and the exchange of ideas that will undoubtedly shape the future of tourism and economic development. This conference has reinforced the crucial role of higher education in driving innovation and sustainability in this sector. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and researchers who have shared their expertise and thoughtful, provoking insights. Your contribution have enriched our understanding and inspired us to take meaningful action. I also extend my deepest appreciation to our co-organizer, OTS Academy, Oxford, UK, and our valuable supporter, including the University Grant Commission, Nepal, and the Office of Dean, Faculty of Management, 3-1 University. Your collaboration and support have been invaluable. To the organizing committee, Birenji, Kalika team, whole of the team, they have been working really, really hard. I'm really proud of you all the team. And all the volunteers, your dedication and tireless effort have been instrumental in ensuring the seamless execution of this conference. Thank you for your commitment. As we return to our respective institutions and professional fields, let us carry forward the knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration gained from this event. Let us continue working together to harness the power of education, research, and innovation for a more sustainable and prosperous future. Wishing you all success in your future endeavors, safe travel, and I look forward to our path crossing again. Thank you. Namaste.